Alright, so, I know I say this all the time. Just come in live real quick. So I can do my little commentary on a few of the things I watched on, on YouTube in the last couple of little while. Okay. So, uh, one thing that I saw was somebody that was talking about when people handle their differences or their little, disagreements. Hi, Mr. Rourke. Hi, Rachel. When they handle their disagreements publicly and they both have channels, that it can be a little detrimental because it puts people in a, uncomfortable situation where they feel, hi, Jesse, where they feel like they might have to, like feel funny if they're at somebody else's channel or not. So, if you realize that now, do you now realize that that's what I meant? Like the night with the whole when the fake Miss Passion clone came in here and that whole thing started, and somebody had said they were never going to talk about me and nobody talk about me. So that's exactly what I was trying to say. That it puts people in an uncomfortable position when disagreements are brought publicly. That so I'm hoping that you're learning all these things that were previously done to me. I noticed that nobody really had much of a story or an experience of really um, aggressive cyber trolling or cyberbullying story to go up so they could tell their story. I had texted, I said, oh, I'll tell mine, but that wasn't I guess of interest. So but there was nobody else with the one comparable. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So when it boils down to it, I got the worst. um and then to address Tom Reed, I saw your live stream about, eventually maybe this channel won't be here and blah, 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 and why are these things happening to you? Um, Other people can say this and say that, and, uh, but there's, you said that there's no evidence of you exploiting those girls, of taking their, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that. See, you're still stuck on, and you said, ask me anything you want about them. I'll tell you anything you want to know about them. That's not correct. We all know what occurred on Bobbles when Ablavi brought it up. I mean, you're talking ridiculous right there. That's like talking ridiculous. I mean, that's a lie. You won't talk about the girls or anything. And oh, you can't talk today. Oh, you mean like physically? I see what you mean. Um, but here's the thing, Tom Reed. I don't think what's going on with you has to do with what people are saying about them girls. Hi, Day Day. I think it's about the women that you treat that are your subscribers, how you treat them and how you treat people and um your whole attitude condescending attitude, like you're, you know, indestructible, you can say and do whatever you want. You can make threats like, I'm going to break it off in their ass, and I'm going to break it off in their ass, and I'm going to break it off in their ass. Do you understand? That's what people find distasteful, and there's plenty of proof of it. Plenty of proof. Plenty of proof. Now, I would like to see your evidence, Tom Reed. You talk about people having no evidence, but where's the evidence of everything you say about people? Where's that evidence? Where's that evidence? Where's that evidence? Because you don't get it, do you, buddy? It's not about me or anybody else having to show evidence about anything to do with those girls you interviewed. I don't give a shit about them. Hi, Ganjan. I give a shit about the character assassination campaign that you have done aggressively about a number of people, a number of your supporters, how you have treated them and spoken to them, and you still are so clueless that you think it has to do with you and the prostitutes that you know, praise. People who have said they're going to do laundry and walked out on their children. You should go off the air. You really should. Because he's clueless. He's absolutely clueless. This guy keeps thinking that we're supposed to have evidence of something when I am clearly stating to him, where's your evidence from my neighbors, so-called, telling you I was faking cancer? Where's that evidence? Those are extreme accusations. They were very detrimental, and they hindered, my treatment. They hindered my everything. Everything. It hindered everything. And this isn't some little, little channel saying that. This mother effer is saying this shit in front of 400 people. Now, I'm asking you, Tom Reed, to produce your evidence. You need to understand that you can go off YouTube, but you're going to need to produce that evidence and rectify the damage that you did by admitting you lied. You didn't receive any emails from my neighbors. Show the evidence, buddy. Show the evidence. Where's your evidence, liar? Where's your evidence, liar? Has nothing to do with if you slept with those girls, if you did this, if you did that. Buddy. I don't care. It has to do with how you treated me. Okay? We'll start with me. If anybody else wants to demand the evidence, if Rachel Reed says, okay, show the evidence of all the... Here's the thing, buddy. I have your email of telling me to use your name in my videos. I found it very strange that you sent me magnets. I think it's like, I hope so, net. Um, asking, getting my address 4 days before you pulled your crap. Okay? I mean, buddy, you're a liar. You don't have any emails from my neighbors telling you I was faking cancer. You do not. You don't. You're a liar. You're a liar, and I'm gonna tell. I don't give a shit, dude. You don't get to, like, with Ollie, ask her for pictures of her in a bikini, and then when she, like, laughs it off and is like, no, start going around freaking telling people, you know, shit about her. You don't get to do that. Like, at what point in your life did you fall on your head and think that you would never, ever, ever meet your match? Did you honestly believe that you were going to go through life and people were going to just let you spread lies and rumors about them and say nothing? Is that what you thought? Fucking dummy. You ain't so smart, are you? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he emailed it and it went around all, and yes, he did. And he's admitted doing it. And he sat outside another subscriber's house, that after he felt, and took pictures of the local school. Yep. Yes, he did. And he said, so what if I did? It was like a joke. It was a joke? Yeah. Joke's on you, buddy. How about you just move along or think about what you did for 300 seconds? If you don't like it, how about you move along? Okay? Right? Lace, Lass, whatever your name is, Lasso. How about you move along? You get that? You see how that works? See, you came here. I didn't go to you. So you must want to hear it. So I'm just doing what you want me to do because you came here looking for it, right? I don't give a shit what you think, Lace, Lacey. Who cares? I don't give a shit. If you're a big Tom fan, then hang out with Tom. And in fact, why don't you give him a call? You should give him a call. That's what you should do. Give him a call. Tell him all your deepest, darkest secrets, and then see how you like him then. I mean, see, I never did that. I mean, if you don't think I was creeped out and torn between giving this freak that had, instead of privately asking me for my fucking address, he fucking announces it over, like, public. Like, why would I want to give somebody who, in my opinion, carries all the characteristics of, you know, you know, you know what I mean, right? I mean, guy's a freak. And he, like, unmodded some people I saw. And he goes on with his, oh, come on, Daisy, we're going to be blocking and unmodding. It's time to party. Time to party. And then the next night he's wondering why, people are falling away from his channel. Really, buddy? Are you really wondering? Are you seriously wondering? Dude, really? Really? Are you? Freak. Fucking freak of nature. Thinking you dictate to everybody and you get to fucking sit there and talk about breaking this off in someone's ass and breaking this off in somebody's ass. Freak. And here's another thing. I got like 10 emails from your neighbor, Tom Reed, in West Branch saying you've been running around their yard like Bigfoot, dressed like Bigfoot, fucking honking some horn, throwing rocks, whistling, knocking on trees, just causing disturbances. And that's not the only place. You've been harassing duck hunters. You've been, I don't know what you were doing with the deers. I mean, your neighbors have had enough of your shenanigans, okay? First of all, 5'5" is not tall enough to be Bigfoot, okay? Only is like, you're like Frumpy Care Bear. Oh, God. Simmer down with the Sasquatch suit. It stinks. I mean, honestly, that's not that's not cancer. That's that's Pisces. That's 69 there. Let's be for real, man. You ain't no that ain't cancer. Isn't that Pisces? Two fish swimming in the opposite direction. Isn't that what that is? Isn't it? Come on now. You're trying to steal my 69. I can't drive 69. Nothing. But yeah, I gotta laugh at some people cause is that being no really I gotta look that up because I feel like that's two fish swimming the opposite direction. Oh, and TR, you know who you are, Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it, 5'5", deuce and a half, who knows? I don't know. People are aware that I sent you my address for you to send me those freaking magnets. So if anything happens to me, I want you to know. They know. They know. I see a Sasquatch near my car or any Astro van, gonna be a problem. I'm whipping out my camera and I'm filming it. Everybody take a look. See, that's Pisces, right? Rachel? Pisces. Look at it. Dirty. Dirty. Oh, but the contradictions and the double standards and the hypocrisy. It's crazy. I mean, crazy. Crazy. It really is. That was Day Day's birthday. It was earlier this month. If it wasn't written, yada, 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 yada. How is Ollie? I haven't seen her. And you said paste it. Let's see, what is the goal for your channel longevity? Does it depend on variables like interest or health? How's that supposed to mean? I said, just kidding. For your channel longevity. I just live day by day. I mean, I can't like think about the future. If I think about the future, I don't know what the future is gonna bring. So I can't like say. That's why I always hated that question when people go like, where do you see yourself in, this many years or that many years? I don't have control of that. Hi, Pink. You know, I don't have control of that. I don't have control of where, hopefully alive, kicking, working, bartending, doing the same thing I did before COVID. But I feel like COVID has changed the world so much. Like, as for getting back into the same way it all used to be, for everyone, not just myself. Um, but to be honest, I can't tell, I mean, where I'll be in a year, nobody knows. Hopefully, um, making a difference. Hopefully, making a difference. Hopefully, having a bigger platform and making a difference and really, really, like things mattering. That's what I hope, but I can only focus on today because I've realized, like with getting cancer, right? I've realized that there's shit in your life. And I mean, you know what? I think I already knew that. There's shit in your life that you just don't plan for. You never think of it. So, like, if you said to somebody, what do you see yourself doing a year from now? And I say something wonderful, and then it's something that's not so great, that I might be thinking, wow, this isn't what I expect. You know what I mean? I just want, like, I'd like to be able to make a difference. I can tell you that much. Of course, freaking trolls and cyberbullies should be, you know, prosecuted for things such as suicide trolling. If somebody is clearly, trolling somebody and they end up killing themselves, I don't care if they're a little kid or not. Absolutely, they should be prosecuted. I've been saying it all along. I mean, um, yeah, right. We'll be right here. That's what I'm thinking. With some like victories under our belt. I'm hoping to be in a year from now victorious over what's SN argument or over N argument about potatoes. Oh, really? But you know what? It was probably going to do that anyway. Probably going to change anyway. And that's the thing. Like if somebody had asked you a year before, where do you see yourself in a year now? Right? You wouldn't have said where you are. But according to how I took it, you don't seem to feel like that's a bad thing, right? So you would have been complacent and fine with saying, Mary doing the same thing I do every day, right? So maybe that argument about potatoes changed things for you, like monumentously. You received a bouquet of flowers from him or from a stranger. Oh, you know what I heard? Men give flowers for two reasons. Either they've done something bad or they're about to do something bad. And I'm sure that's not really the only reasons why men give flowers, but that is very odd. That is very odd. And that is what I heard. One of my friends told me one time, they said people get divorced for two reasons. Uh, Men get divorced because when I'm sorry, how was it they put it? They said when people get married, the girl thinks he'll change. Like if there's some things that oh really? Isn't that something? But you thought that was strange. So you said the day before I received a bouquet of flowers. Weird. Hmm. My friend had said that when a woman gets married, she thinks he'll change. Like, he'll really get different, maybe grow up, be different, right? And a woman and a man thinks she's never going to change, she's always going to be fun and blah, blah, blah. Then when they get divorced, it's because the man is thinking she changed, and the woman is now thinking he's never going to change. But they only get worse. My hubby never brings me flowers, lol. I think they're a waste of money too. I do. I think they're a waste of money too. There is this fucking place though where they have these like flowers growing in their yard and they make these little like um you know like flower arrangements and stuff, and it's kind of like on a what do they call that, a trust thing or something, like to leave the right amount of money. They don't really say how much money. I've never bought any, but they are nice. I was in and he used flowers to butter me up. Yeah, see, Day Day? That's the thing, though. Not everybody meets somebody like you, Day Day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really hard in a domestic violence relationship where you can never wrap your head around, that wait a minute, I love this person and they're supposed to love me. And you believe that they do love you. It's just that their love is different. And for some reason, they can't control their anger. And right, see, so no, she's not a hoarder. What's wrong with saving things? Well, it's one thing to be a hoarder, but saving things is one thing. I used to own 300. No, a greenhouse. We don't ask nature if it's a hoarder because it has so many trees, or somebody that has a lot of shoes if they're a hoarder. I had 300 pot plants. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. 300 pot plants. I wouldn't even know how to fucking grow 300 pot. I wouldn't even know how to grow pot plants. I mean, I have enough on my plate with Tucker. God, he's a fucking pain in my ass. As I know, she is. But you see, I do. I kind of like. I just don't want anybody ever like their feelings being hurt here and stuff. I see it so much out there, and I listen to Tom Reed, and he'll go, "One thing is, I always tell it like it is. You always know I am putting it right out there. Everything is how I say it. He's a liar. He is a liar. You know, he's a liar. And when he does admit the things he's done, they're so offensive that it's like, wait a minute, this freaking guy thinks that's okay. And when they talk about an aggressive bullying campaign, if somebody wants to have a show about trolls and should they be prosecuted and this and that and this and that, when, it's just so aggressive and stuff. And, and JC Bear, hi Laura. And Laura says, I'm not Laura. I'm so sorry. I meant JC Bear. I was looking at your name. JC Bear says, yeah, when they're going at, people as a gang and they're all ganging up on one person, I could see that. But when it's two people that had a disagreement, then, I don't know, that's really, would fall under that. And, and they said, yeah, but they went public with it and that puts people in a hard position. They have to, then they know. Well, there you go. I said that already. I said all of it already for the last year. Said it, that all of that for the last year. Like Laura, she's been very kind, very nice, right? Okay. This is our first, not our first, but we've had interactions before now. But I mean, only recently did we have our interactions like this. You know why? Because as mad as I am that Tom Reed convinced people to think that I was crazy and a liar and this and that and this and that, that's how he made Laura appear. He makes people appear that way all the time. All the time. And then you get a bunch of idiots like Dyson, whoever that is, people who make stock accounts and stuff. Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Uh, People who make stock accounts and they are just, and you know who they are because they've already said, they're this one or that one. And they only come out, say evil things and mean things, just to reiterate, they're like, well, everybody saw what Tom Reed said about them, right? And all they do is, reiterate what somebody that they probably know. It was bad. I think I have PTSD from it. And here's the thing too. When everybody was saying about that V person and how, oh, it's so horrible that that I think she's going after him, but I was never going after that V person, never. But prior to that, I had dated somebody for 6 weeks, and this person stalked me for 3.5 years. So I get the restraining order finally on this person. Even though he was already on probation for it, he still wasn't supposed to harass me, but they didn't enforce it. They don't protect women. And I get about 2 months of breathing time. 2 months of breathing time. And next thing, it's the V person that I don't even know on YouTube doing all the shit. And then Tom Reed starts. Then a whole community starts. I mean, my domestic violence didn't stop at the stalker, the physical, real life stalker in my life. It carried on with people where he actually had reached out to Vern, and Vern they were all running with this, oh, and she harassed a guy in her own name. That's not what happened, and there's a video that's made by Angie Atkinson about my situation, and you can clearly hear him and what he was doing. And people in that comment section say, oh my God, that just like triggered me because my whole, like every day for 3.5 years, I was this herpes dripping, snatch, street walking, heroin addicted whore, like everywhere, everywhere. I couldn't even, it was so ridiculous. I mean, I lost jobs from it, and this was somebody I dated 6 weeks, man. I didn't even know his middle fucking name. Why do people do that shit, man? You know? Why would they want to just like I mean, it was bad enough that I was harassed by somebody who was like real life, and to not to like have 2 months of fucking peace where I could breathe, and then to go right back to some fucking stranger I didn't know on fucking YouTube. There was no flirtation going or anything. Running live streams with my face photoshopped with a penis in my mouth. And then a whole community, not a whole community, not the whole community, but a good part of it, you know? Who's Binky? Oh my god, who was Binky? Who are we talking about? Is that your dog, your cat? I know I was talking about Binky. Yeah, I'm telling you, Nana, I know exactly how, Oh, good night, Jesse. Thank you for being here. Half a bottle of NyQuil. Oof, be careful. NyQuil is vicious. But that'll do it. At least without like feeling shitty in the morning too, like you're in a fog. It's horrible. I remember even when I was 17, dating this guy, fucking Scott. Ugh, my God. The domestic violence there was horrible, man. Ugh, he was, you know, strong. He would hold my up against the wall. He'd like hold me up against the wall and then take his fist and then punch the wall next to my head. But he would bring it back like he was going, but he had punched me in the face before, man. I remember just fucking, and he threw this roll of paper towels down. My fucking mouth was bleeding and shit. Because he would get wasted on Jack Daniels and it would make him different. And you could see him start like making this look towards whatever girl was there, like, and I didn't care, but he'd start going, yeah, you saw they all liked me. They all thought I was sexy. They think I'm, and acting like, yeah, at 17, cause freaking I didn't have nowhere to go. Cause I was 16 when my mother died, and I mean, not my mother, I'm sorry. When my sister died, I was 16 when my sister died, and we went to England, but she stayed behind. She came at first, but then she stayed behind to sell the house, and everybody liked me there and stuff, and it was family, and they loved me, made me feel welcome. And then when my mother got there, She was mean. She was mean. She said she wished it was me that died instead of my sister and stuff. So I came back to America, but um, where did I go? I'm trying to think where I've been. Where did I go then? I came back and lived with my sister. And then we moved to Florida and I hated it and that's why I almost got killed. Like that guy said he was gonna and that's when we met. I have the video. And he said he was gonna shoot me. And then so I came back home and like somebody drove out of the way, but then they fell asleep and they hit the side of the road and I said, I'm driving the rest of the way. So I drove the rest of the way and then I came back and I lived with my friend and her father. And then my sister came back from Florida, so I lived with her. And then I was 17 and I met the guy Scott. And he pretty much started beating me up pretty quickly. But um, every time my mother would come around, anywhere that I was, I'd have to leave because my mother would start, I don't know, just being horrifying, Like just, I don't know, she made everything so hard. And then, so I had to live with him. And the weirdest thing is this, okay? Get this. When I was in high school, chasing around with Jaeger, that is bad. That's pretty gross. I hope you ate first. Um, when I was in high school, the high school was being, no, I didn't. I didn't. She didn't think she didn't encourage me anyway. She like never looked at my report cards or nothing. Like she signed them, and I found this tape one time. Now, I love culture and museums, and I could have a conversation with you about artists or about anything. I'm very well read and smart, and I found this tape my mother made after she had passed away. And I don't know if like she really did this or not, but she talked about going to like the museum in New York and she's like, my children aren't like that. They're not interested in that. She didn't know. And then I remember coming out. She was in my car one time and I was in a job interview, and I came out and my mother was crying. And I was like, what's wrong? She said, I didn't know that you were like this. Like she had been reading my resume when I was inside. What do you mean I can't listen to vegetables speak? Oh my fucking god. What does that mean? I wouldn't be here if you weren't. I Do you mean like a good thing, right? I think you mean a good thing. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Um, I get what you're saying. Thank you. Um, my mother was crying because she read my resume and, like she didn't know. I wasn't stupid and I was, you know, smart and she just didn't, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Day Day. Thank you, Ian. Um, so, but in high school, right? Tommy D, the high school was getting painted, right? The high school I was in when I was 16. And there was this weird painter, right? This older guy, and he would whistle all the time. and he would always ask me, would I like to go for a soda? Okay? He was like a perverty guy, like a perv weirdo, okay? I mean, I was 16. So anytime I heard this guy whistling in the hall, like if I was in between classes and I heard this guy whistling in the hall, um, I would hide, like, somewhere I'd hide. So anyway, so when my sister died, we moved to England, and then I come back, I'm 17, high school's a bust now. Fucking, so I meet this guy Scott, the one who ended up like being very abusive. I go to his house to meet his parents. That guy was his stepfather. Isn't that weird? That guy was his stepfather. That was weird. But I ran into him when I was, older, like I want to say like in my 30s. Um, it was right after one of my very best friends had passed away, and I didn't really like believe it that he had passed away. So I went to his where he lived, and I was like knocking on the door, even though I kind of knew he wasn't going to answer. You know what I mean? I don't know why. Just didn't really believe it. And but I'm a better person for having known him. I'm a better person for having known a lot of people in my life, even if they might have been the worst. Who knows? I just try to do the opposite. But I was knocking on the door, and all of a sudden, just I hear somebody yell my name, and it was him. And his kid was in the car. He had a truck, a big truck, and he gets out. Oh, nothing about the sign with biological fire sign. Do you think about looking, searching for them, Laura? Um, he was. He said, "I'm really glad I ran into you because there's something I've always wanted to say. Um, I wanted to apologize to you. I owe you an apology." And he goes, "Oh, by the way, something like your birthday. I don't know." He said something about my birthday. Oh, you found him? Really? Um, he goes, I shouldn't have done that. Hi, Tara. He said, I shouldn't have done that to you. And I said, do you hit I guess he was married or whatever, whoever the mother of his son was, whatever. I said, do you hit your current, partner? And he said, only one. Like as if it was okay. Like as if it was okay. Right now, line up people with me too, Laura. I am too. I am the product of my father's infidelity. And in Massachusetts, there's no laws for illegitimate children. Do you want to go out for a soda? No laws for illegitimate children in the state of Massachusetts, and especially if you have enough money. My father was a pioneer in the field of cryogenics and tooling, and his family invented less oil. And she had no idea. Did she talk to you, Laura? I could read you guys what my brother said to me. Sometimes I think to myself, what if they ever needed a transplant? I would do it. I'd give it. That's me, you know? But uh, I know it has to do with them thinking, oh, well, she asked me a million questions and finally said, I talked to my dad about this. I'm learning about you has destroyed my family all over again. I want nothing to do with you. Wow, Laura, we have stuff in common. Yep, we really have stuff in common because it's like, you become, uh, the sins of the father because of the sins of the father. And then it's like you're some dirty little secret, you know? What about what her father did? Didn't that destroy the family? You know? No, it's dummy. That means pacifier. I'm so excited to find out Facebook. I thought, oh my God, you are exactly like that's exactly what happened with me, Laura. Except it was my a brother, and I mean, I had sent a friend request, and oh really? Wow. He's a musician, he's very very talented. Okay, Pink. Oh, I'm sorry, Pink. I'm sorry to hear that you need help getting dressed. I'm sorry to hear that. He knew, like my brother knew that it was. He didn't know, like when he accepted the friend request. I thought he did know, but he did know. But if he would have like looked and so I said, like I messaged him. I said, "Oh, thank you for accepting my friend request. I'm so happy that you did. We have a lot in common. The music, the love of music, all that stuff." And I, was saying about my daughter, how she is, and he wouldn't respond, and he wouldn't respond, and not respond, and then finally, like I said, how come you never respond? I mean, whatever, it was private. It wasn't. I said I understand that we wouldn't be able to be like, oh hey, this is my sister, because then you'd have to be like my father was a schmuck, right? And he said because of my musical, because I have a band and everything, um, I inadvertently accepted your friend request. I'm sorry for that. And I could see how this might be an intriguing path for you to want to go down, but I really don't think that it is good or whatever. Like, I'm probably not getting it exactly word for word. Um, my other sister said my friend then blocked me after being understood. My brother is not in on yet. Well, this was the only, one, um, and I know what it is. It's because of how much money they have. I mean, I don't know if anybody knows what less soil is, but less soil is like, a popular cleaning product. And They sold it for like multi-millions. Um, Plus the company is still active and everything that he owned, and it should be part mine. But I guess when I was a baby, my mother had taken me to his house and knocked on the door, and his wife answered. And she said that she said, "This is your husband's daughter." And she said, "Mrs. Kaufman, do you think that surprises me?" Or whatever she said. I don't know if she knew, whatever, if she knew her name or whatever. She said, "Do you think that shocks me?" She said, "I have stories about my husband I could tell you that would make your toes curl." And then, you know, seemed like maybe my mother didn't get exactly what she maybe wanted. I don't know. But then after that, I was, I said a woman, and side note, she knew exactly who I was. Can I call the 18? And then her, who answered the phone when I called the 18. Your mother? They were still together, yeah. Yeah. But on the flip side, on the flip side, okay, here's on the flip side of that whole thing is that my father was being sued for statutory rape when he died. If he would have been in my life, God knows what he would have done. So, this story that I'm relating to you guys right now would have been 600 times worse, possibly, if he would have been in my life. God knows what could have happened to me had he been in my life. So, thank God. And thank God he never had any daughters, that he only had those sons. Thank God. That's what used to happen to me too. I'd go and they'd go, "He doesn't have a daughter." I'd go, "He does." And you just put him on the phone. Yeah, nobody would even ask me that. I was just definite dirty little secret because there was just too much money involved. And plus, my brother was running for political office and shit. I think so. His other son, he had two sons, my father, and one of them didn't want to be in take part in the family business. Didn't want to do that, so he ended up being a cop in Texas. I guess like state police in Texas. And there was a very very bad heat wave. I want to say back in maybe the late 70s or mid 70s, something like that. I feel like, like late 70s. And he was taking radar on the side of the road, and carbon monoxide was leaking in through his air conditioner, and he passed away. And then when I was at that, he said he couldn't take care of me because he was a big, what the real reason is. How was it for his life? What state was that in? Because, it's really amazing to me how there's no laws for illegitimate children. Um, As long as he never acknowledged me, he never had to do it. He never had to pay any child support. I wonder if there's no laws for illegitimate children in the state of Michigan. You know they were gonna put bastard on my birth certificate too. I wonder if there's illegitimate children laws there. In Michigan. Okay, Becky, here you go. No. I'm looking it up, but I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong thing. They don't do what, SG? Oh, put a bastard on your birth certificate? Yeah, my mother, my mother said that that's why I ended up with the last name that I had because she said a different last name. And they said, well, we noticed that your name is different than that. Are you guys married? And she said, no. And the nurse said, then we're going to have to put bastard. So my mother said, okay, then put this. I mean, you know, and there's no laws for they're considered to be a child of no one. That's what they're considered to be. Historically, these children had no right. Uh, some states still had laws that limited the legal rights of the illegitimate inheritance rights of a child of unmarried parents. Uh, yeah, nothing, man. See? Do illegitimate children in Massachusetts have rights? I am a 55-year-old wealthy child of a wealthy, long past Boston, Massachusetts Jewish medical doctor who is politically connected. The fuck, where is that? Politically connected to conceal me when he was 60. When I was born, he had 3 illegitimate children, 2 attorneys, 1 past, and a living sister. I think the deceased half brother attorney knew of me. Do I have any of the estates liquidated? Sorry for your predicament. If you can prove paternity due to the passage of time. I wonder, I go in and out. I'm sorry, you guys. How long were you a ward? What do you mean a ward? Hi, Bobby. Mm, therapeutic. Reese's peanut butter cup. I'm so lost right now. It's no sound now, really? Um, I was just reading a thing. They said, oh, about the time if he said paternity, if you can prove paternity once you've been put up for adoption. Oh, I was never put up for adoption. My father wanted me to be put up for adoption, but my mother didn't. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It has curly and clean razor. No, yeah, my mother kept me, but she didn't get any child support or anything. Like, and if I mean, really, seriously, if I found like a proper, like an attorney that thought, what, I'm gonna like set a precedent, it probably would be worth it for them because you know they're not poor. You know what I mean? Like that company, like half of that company should be mine. The other brother died, so he only had one son left. Half of that company should be mine. I should never have any kind of financial worries. Never. I should never. And they live like in the richest part. I mean, they sold less oil for multi billions. It shouldn't be that that company gets passed down to his, son's kids, and I'm just a dirty little secret, stressing over fucking disability. If these fuckers ever needed a organ transplant and I was the only match, what would they think then? That's why I wish they would have like some freaking Twilight Zone episode happen to them in their sleep and see what then. you know, if there was any attorney that wanted to set a precedent, it would be well worth it for them. You know, he shouldn't get to go around fucking, you know, blowing his load wherever he wants and not having to take care of his kids as long as he makes them feel like they're non-existent and a dirty little secret. Where do people get off making, where does the state of Massachusetts get off saying, oh, it's okay for this rich guy uh to fucking who can afford this top dollar attorney to get out of paying child support. But, when the poor guy is like, oh, and thinks he's doing the right thing and signs a freaking birth certificate or acknowledges paternity because they don't have a fucking attorney on their payroll because they're not that, people don't think that way. Like, why would he blow his load? Okay, not to sound so harsh, but Why would he be going around blowing his load if he didn't know that he wouldn't have to pay? And then he signed over all of his assets right before he died. And and then when I spoke to my brother, right after he had died, I said, "I'm just curious. Did he like mention me at all?" And he goes, "No, no, he didn't mention." I mean, oh, that's cool. You know, that's cool. You know, but they just didn't want people to know that, and he gets like covered by that. When I went to Canada, they had this bar called Air. It's a mountain. It's a yeah. It's an arrow, and they have mint arrows, and they're wonderful, wonderful, filled with holes. They're wonderful. They're wonderful. They have full chocolate arrows, and then they have mint arrows that are chocolate, and then in the inside it's like peppermint, but not like York peppermint patty. It's like green chocolate with I love mint arrows. Mint arrows are the best. They are the best. You know, fuck him, fucking brother. If you saw him, if you guys ever saw my brother, you would go, "Holy crap! What a hideous, hideous individual." Men were pursued for child support until the mid-70s. I know. Yeah. And do you know that in Massachusetts it's still that way? You know, it's still that way. It's a commonwealth. But as it appears, it's like that really for a lot of states. Horrible. That's why the guy could be cheating on his wife with a single woman, okay? And the woman has to wear the scarlet letter around her neck. The woman wears the scarlet letter around her neck. Elor, so that's good because you were so you probably loved her, or your firstborn. I don't know if it's he or she, but probably loved them more than the average parent because of that. And maybe that particular soul needed that, you know? Like you probably both needed each other. Already. Yeah, my brother, right? He's huge. He's got these really big cheeks because he plays saxophone, I believe. Like he plays saxophone. He's really, I get, oh, fucking hey, man. Oh, shit. I didn't do anything to you, buddy. Run away, run along, harass somebody else. Like, oh my god, I was in her body for I met my Viola once and will never forget thinking, I cannot believe that. It is weird to think that, you created these eyeballs and stuff like that. I still miss my mom, even though, like, she wasn't always, like, the best mom, but I still miss her. I don't really understand, like, what she was saying uh, to people. It was very confusing. to me that like that she hated me, but it was so weird because at the funeral, her friend Mike, right, that was like a family friend growing up all that time. Eaten alive by your dog. Wow, live, wonderful. Um, like he said, "Oh, your mom was so proud of you." I was like, "Really?" Like she never told me that, until that one day when she was crying in the car because she had read my resume. But but that's also where that freaking um Travis the chimpanzee story traumatized you. What is that, Travis the chimpanzee story? Yes, I can. Those ones are my. I would eat them. I eat them. Um, that's so weird too because like I'm like the tallest one in my family, but not on the other side of the family, but this side. Um, and what's Travis the chimpanzee? Oh, is that the one in Connecticut where she was saying shoot him, shoot him? I know that poor thing. He was always freaking doped up though. Why can't they just leave him where they live? You know? Why can't they just leave him alone? Why can't people be so? That woman though had like a really, she had lost a lot of people. That chimp was all she had left, and fucking, she had his doll, man. She had his doll. Bottom line is, a cage is no place for a chimpanzee. No, I didn't. What did they say about it, Day Day? I read a book about a monkey one time. It was a chimp, actually. It was a chimp. At the Tiger Ranch, the man that originally owned the property actually got fed to his alligators, which is no longer there because cadaver dogs did not here. Oh, that lady, yeah. And she had lost so many people. Yeah, because chimps, they get really vicious. But this one was like a baby chimpanzee, and its name was Suki, and it was called Hurt Go Happy. It was such a good book. Oh my God, it was so sad. What does it say about your records, though, Day Day? You could drop the link. Day Day's very nice. Have you guys met Day Day? He's such a nice person. Yeah, she gave him Xanax. He was very drugged up. Yep, she did. Poor thing. Poor thing. That lady should have just thrown him her fucking doll or put it down. I mean, put the fucking doll down. Put down the bunny. Isn't that awful? I don't believe birds, I know, yeah. But we know that Rachel has birds, so we don't want to say that. Do you think they do that for? Do you think that they really can do that though? I mean, how do they have the DNA of those people from the 1800s? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do they have their DNA? That's what I'd like to know. How do they have the DNA of the, you know, but I want to know how do they have the DNA of those people that they said you were related to? Right, yeah, they fly around, yeah. Do you still keep a tight contact with your children, Laura? On likelihood, see, based on likelihood and similar characteristics. Right. And that just makes me wonder, like, if how accurate it really is, you know? I wonder if, like, if somebody's birds ever got, like, away, if they would come back, you know? Did I put the 19? I don't think I did, did I? Did I? Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah, Filipino in you. Hard when your kids are, like, you know, stubborn sometimes. And you're like, my daughter gets very stubborn. Cracks me up though, because the other day she was saying, how something had happened with some, place where she had given like a deposit, but she said, if I like this other place better, can I get my deposit back though? And usually they don't do that, but she asked ahead of time, and the guy, said yes. And then he was kind of dicking her around, giving it back to her, and she took care of it. And I said, I go, whenever your friends are having a problem getting their, like a refund back or something like that, do they ask you to take care of it for them? And she said, yeah. I said, do you tell them where you learned that from? And she said, yes. I always say, that's my mother coming out in me there. But she cracked me up the other day. She goes, she said, somebody she was like at work with, or somebody was trying to get through to some company or something, and they kept them with that whole press this button, press that button, do this, do that. And my daughter said, say the F word and then press zero. And I said, where'd you learn that? She goes, from you. Say the F word and then press zero. Once they hear you calling you, she doesn't really call me by my first name. That's cute, Rachel. That's because I used to always yell at those recordings, press the prompt, and then it would go, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. I'm sorry, I didn't understood what you just said. I'm sorry. And then I would start fucking screaming. I'd go, of course you didn't understand what I said because you have no ears. You have no ears. And I'd start screaming. Where's Catherine Guthrie been? I volunteer for a parrot rescue because the parrot would pull out everything they could. Isn't that awful? So sad. Night, Laura. When they get in those crabby moods, especially when they're fighting a nap or something. Wow, your kids are older, aren't they? I'm sorry, I'm asking her questions and she just said, I'll talk to you later. I try to keep up with the chat. I'm sorry if sometimes I don't as much as I should. Um, I do try, but I don't want a lot of dead air time like when I'm reading it because so I try to keep up. I really do. Yeah, I know. I was talking about when Laura said about the when they get in those crabby moods when they're fighting a nap or something. Are you that bad? Thank you, Ian. Ian, are you spaceman? I mean, don't even if you are, don't worry about it if you are. I don't mind, but I noticed that you had written a comment in one of my videos, and it came up with the same avatar that my friend used to use. Sometimes, not all the time. And he's from Australia too, so I was just curious if you were, because that's great. I mean, it's great that even if you're not, but I mean, if you are, that's great too. I'm glad to have you back. Very sad people grown parents can live to 80 years old. No, exactly, Rachel. 13 in the chat. Always 13. That must be my lucky number. Must be my lucky number. When I was in the ambulance? What do you mean in the ambulance? Why? What happened? So you're not my friend Bruce from Australia. What part of Australia are you in? You know what I noticed the other night is that a lot of men get kidnapped in Australia. You better be careful. I think they could be hunting humans. I mean, seriously, it could happen. But the birds, because the owners got tired of playing with them and showing them the bird would pull out all their feathers and then their skin just was puckered. That's why I have this Irish sign. No, it's not. That's what Spaceman said. But the birds, because the owners got tired of playing with, I'm a third and black belt in Taekwondo and an instructor in Chinese Wing Han or Chinese Wing Han. Uh, Taekwondo instructor, you say? I know karate and 18 other Chinese words. I do not know. Or not they? Men are being man now. They are. Do I ski? No. I go back down the ski lift because they don't stop it. Did you know that? On a ski lift, they don't stop it. Isn't that like the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard in your life? Who does that? I mean, what do they think? Like, I'm gonna like jump off the ski lift, right? And then I'm gonna like um do some little fancy move where I whip around and just start skiing down the slope. I mean, what are they, ridiculous? I have weak ankles. Weak ankles, I say. Oh, you would miss me. No, sir, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but right, James Bond. Exactly. That's what they thought. I mean, if my friend wasn't with me, I would still probably be stuck in that chain link fence. My skis crossed and they went right through the holes of the chain link fence, and my knee, not my knees, my like ankles were bent at these odd angles. And I mean, they were ready to leave me there. If my friend wasn't with me, and I said, "That's it. You're stopping this ski lift and let me back on and taking me back down." Evidently, that's not common because it seemed that there was quite a few people making fun of me. But and then I tried on the bunny slope, tried that, and that ski lift doesn't stop either. And it's not even a ski lift; it's like this, just a stick you're supposed to sit on, like a, I don't know, some kind of a stick that you're supposed to just lean against it. I don't know. I don't know. So, I get off that like halfway up this bunny slope and downhill on skis. I don't care how big the hill is. Snow is involved. And um, I don't know. They were all lined up for this fucking the T bar. That's what it's called, the T bar. And they're all lined up for it to go up this fucking bunny slope, and I'm coming down, and I don't know how to stop. Ridiculous. My only experience in stopping has been crashing into things. And so, evidently, they're, no, I skied down the bunny slope, but I don't know how to stop. Ridiculous. And so I lifted my poles up in the air and I screamed, "Everybody out of the way! Everybody out of the way!" And they parted like the Red Sea. And then I skied through them and hit the snowbank. And that was about it for me. I called it a day. Called it a day. I had a Twix in my pocket. It was frozen. I ate it. I didn't care. I went inside the lodge. I had hot chocolate and waited for my friends because that's ridiculous. Can't stop. Never again. So no, skiing is not anything that I want to do. And snowboarding, I thought about until I learned that you don't lie down on a snowboard. You stand up. So forget that. I don't want to do that. I don't ice skate because I could break my ankle or somebody could roll over my, my finger if I fall. And I don't go to hockey games because I could get hit by a puck. And I try not to go to any kind of sports activities where I could get hit with a ball. I don't want that. Needless to say, I was always the last one picked in gym class because I would close my eyes if the ball was coming towards me. I mean, come on. And what's with this new dodgeball thing? I mean, how much fun is dodgeball if you're standing against a wall waiting to get whacked with a ball? That's ridiculous. At least when it was like, circular, you're all in a circle and they throw the ball at you, at least you could run around. And what's with duck, duck, goose? I mean, seriously? That shit used to give me a headache, slapping people in the head. These people. No, I could um, do it and then probably die. Probably die. I mean, if you wanted to see me die, it's a good possibility. But I'm sure I could do it, but die. I bet you Tom Cruise could do it. He can do anything. He's a machine. A foil, like aluminum foil. That's not scary. I fence with aluminum foil. Not a real sword, though. That sharp thing is flying it around all over the place. What's the point? Why? I'm on the fence about fencing. On the fence about fencing. I don't really care for the outfit. Like if I was gonna fence with somebody, I'd want to be dressed differently. Like I think I would want to be dressed like that guy from Star Wars with the red on him. He's like black and red. That guy. That's how I would like to be. And I would want to use lightsabers. So I would like to be dressed like that guy who was the Phantom Menace. Is that his name? And use a lightsaber. So if you use a sword, I could cut your sword right in half with my lightsaber. Get it? And I'm the Phantom Menace, so I could like flip around and do all these things. And you'd be there in your little white fencing outfit with your little foil sword. Little sword. Trekkies here, Star Wars, but stay to sleep. Hey, I'm just saying if I was gonna fence, that I would use a lightsaber. I wouldn't want anybody else using a lightsaber against me. Those things cut your arm off. Did she slap you in the face with her glove? I'm sorry that your friend passed away. I am Yoda. I do Yoda. I do Yoda. Do me, you will. I mean, lightsabers are real. They're lasers, all right? You know, like in my theory of lightsabers, they're real. There was a duel. I challenge you to a duel. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That's how, what was his name? Alexander Hamilton died. Aaron Burr killed him in a duel. You know that? It was Alexander Hamilton, right? Ancient it is. Ancient it is. Challenged him to a duel. Am I right? Was it Alexander Hamilton? And then Aaron Burr. Luke, I am the father. Where's Lucas been lately? I wonder what's going on with him and his woman. You must use this one. Ah, they should have like a constipation commercial with that. You must use this one. They had trouble with the tribbles on on you know, I was saying before about watching that remake of Halloween, you know, Rob Zombie. It wasn't bad, it was pretty good. Malcolm McDowell was in it, and I don't know, there was this one scene where like he throws this person up against the door, right? And it shows like the outside of the house and the front door, and it has like a fall wreath on it, right? Has a wreath, and the wreath, like the door jumps like from the bang on it, and the wreath like jumps too from the the body slamming against the door inside the house. I get really impressed with that kind of shit. You know, like what is that, like cinematography or direction, you know? That shit really impresses me. I love actors and I love film. I like the way things are made, how they'll cut to another scene, how things are said, and you know, I really do. Interplanetary Craft. I didn't know there was a song called Interplanetary Craft by the Carpenters. Is there really? I thought I knew every Carpenter song. Interplanetary. Really? I used my sister's Renault for my like driver's test, and when you would put the blinkers on, both arrows would blink inside the car. And I did put the wrong blinker on, but yeah, I'll have to look it up. I like the Carpenters because you know my favorite is like sing a song, sing out loud, sing out strong, sing of good things, not bad. sing of happy, not sad. I used to always sing to my, no, I didn't fail it. I passed because the blinkers both blinked inside the car. They didn't like let you know if you were using the right blinker. I passed. Isn't that lovely? Haha. So funny. I used to sing to my daughter all the time. Why do birds suddenly appear? You know that one. She is quite beautiful, my daughter. She is an absolute success. I mean, I just love her. Pieces, even when she's rotten. She's not rotten much. Much. What's wrong with me? Alright, alright, alright. You guys, you gotta talk amongst yourselves. I gotta pee. Talk. I knew Mr. Rourke was doing that. Talking smack. I'm not going to take a shit. You fuckers, man. You fuckers. Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Listen to Hey, you're a funny bunch of. On the day that you were born, and you I listen to them too. I think that's so sad what happened with Karen Carpenter, you know? I mean, I didn't even know Lawrence Welk was still on. Because I didn't take a shit. That was a quick shit. God, you people. The pleasure you get from the weirdest thing. We are a good looking chat room here. I will say that. Yeah, she did. She had such a great voice. And that just goes to show, like, that, I mean, anybody can get sad and go through these things. Like, to think about her particular, case, I mean, she was, um, looking at, herself in the mirror and seeing herself as, um, fat, right? And she wasn't. And I don't know. I look it up. Was she anorexic or bulimic? Like, what is the difference? Let's see. On the day that you were born in. Oh, her voice was awesome. Karen Carpenter. Oh, she was born in New Haven, Connecticut. Oh, she's a Pisces. Pisces figures, right? Always so talented. American singer and drummer, who, along with her elder brother Richard, was part of the duo, the Carpenters, with a distinctive 3-octave contralto voice range, praised by her peers as one of the greatest singers ever. Her struggle with eventual death from anorexia would later raise awareness of eating disorders and body dysmorphia. She was born in New Haven, Connecticut, and moved to Downey, California in 1963 with her family. Began to study the drums, joined the Long Beach State Choir after graduating, and several years of touring and recording. They were finally signed to A&M Records in 1969. Carpenter was the band's full-time drummer, but gradually took the role of frontwoman as drumming was reduced to a handful of live showcases or tracks on albums. While Carpenters were on hiatus in the late 1970s, she recorded a solo album which was released years after her death. At the age of 32, she died. Remember, I can't see the chat room right now, you guys, just so you know that. I should have had Rachel come in or something. At the age of 32, Carpenter died of heart failure due to complications from anorexia and nervosa, which was little known at the time, and her death led to increased visibility and awareness. Early life, Karen Ann Carpenter, born March 2nd, 1950, at Yale New Haven Hospital. Oh, her mother was a Pisces too. How about that? Her father was born in China, where his parents were missionaries. He was educated at boarding schools in England before finding work in the printing business. Carpenter's only sibling, Richard, the elder by 3 years, developed an interest in music at an early age, becoming a piano prodigy. Karen's first words were "bye-bye" and "stop it," later spoken in response to Richard. She enjoyed dancing by the age of 4, enrolled in tap and ballet. They moved to the Los Angeles suburb in 1963. Okay. Gave her the glockenspiel. The conductor, who previously taught her elder brother, gave her the glockenspiel, an instrument she disliked. And so then she started playing the drums. Chavez persuaded her family to buy her a $300 drum kit, teaching her how to play. So I guess she was a good drummer. I really didn't ever see her drumming much. I'm gonna get fucking Rachel up here because I have to go out and come back in. I never knew this. That to help you. Yeah, I will. I'm gonna drop it right now. That is why. Oh, hello. All right, I got you. I got you. All the boys in town. Follow me.
Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
Is there an echo?
Damn, did she go and take another shit? Fucking Day Day. Fucking Day Day. He's funny.
Let me check something. Hang on. Oh yeah, I didn't sign out of those. Okay. Okay, I'm here.
You sound fine. Just letting you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It just runs faster if I exit out of some program. So you go ahead, do what you need to do. I'll sit here, look pretty.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Meet who? That's true, Mr. Work. I wish we had the opportunity to meet her. Instead of building houses, she rocked houses. Oh, you mean like Karen Carpenter? I know, like I didn't really know that she would. I guess it says her favorite drummer was Buddy Rich. I didn't really know that she was really like that was her first gig was drumming. You know?
Me neither.
Yeah, you don't really see many female drummers. Do you play any?
I love the drums. It's like my favorite part of the band. It keeps the rhythm more
It does
than
keep the
anything
rhythm.
else. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're right. Yeah. So let's see. I'll go back to what they were saying about her. Now that song stuck in my head. Why do birds suddenly appear? All right, Karen Carpenter. Go back. She's a pretty woman too.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
A
Pisces.
real natural beauty. Oh, I'm sorry. Is she a Pisces also?
No. You didn't. Yeah, Pisces. Yeah, she was Pisces, and her mother was
wow.
Pisces. Yeah. Yeah, natural, like you said. Pretty. Yeah. So let's see. So now we're here at career. Carpenter's first band was 2+2, an all-girl trio formed with friends from Downey High. They split up after she suggested that her brother join the group. In 1965, Karen, Richard, and his college friend Wes Jacobs, a bassist and tuba player, formed the Dick Carpenter Trio. The band rehearsed daily, playing jazz nightclub. And then he said, so then he was talking about her drumming skills were pretty good. 1966. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. Gone John said Kaylee is musical. She plays the skin flute. That's not appropriate. Please delete
Kaylee?
that. I don't know. But you know what the skin flute is. John, can you delete that, please? SG? Oh, she dropped out. Okay, she'll be back in a second. Okay. Did you read that, SG?
She plays the skin flute. I don't know who Kaylee is.
Yeah, but that's kind of a rude comment. It needs to kind of be.
I don't know who it is.
Yeah, but the
Does
skin
anybody
flute,
know who it is?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. Gone John, can you just remove your comment? I don't know who Kaylee is.
Yeah.
Just remove it.
I asked him a second ago when you were gone, and it's still up, and we don't have a mod in here.
Yeah, but I think you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, so we can't tell if it's gone or not. I mean, I could go out and look.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
True.
I could go out and look, I guess.
Okay. If you want to, it's your channel. It's just I thought it was kind of inappropriate.
I don't even know who Kaylee is, so I don't even know that.
No, I don't either. I think it's somebody that used to support Maddie or still does. Oh, it's gone. Thank you, Mr. Rourke. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, SG.
Yeah, it's gone. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rourke.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no offense. Long gone. John. Long gone. I don't know what the hell I was saying.
Long gone.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that like a seafood place? Long John Silver's? And there was like Arthur Treacher's. Remember Arthur Treacher's?
Yeah. It's where all the old people would go. Like, it's so bad, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, but when you're showing food as like your vlog, and it's in these little tiny bowls with like a spoon sticking out, that's like, what do they call those? Where, you kind of go along and you have your tray, cafeteria style.
Right.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Where the guy is showing his food and it's in little tiny bowls with spoons. It just reminds me like cafeteria style food.
Right? Well, Arthur Treacher does that?
No. Our favorite guy with his own channel he posts his 3 second.
Oh, yeah, him?
Yeah.
I don't even look at that anymore. I listen to his live streams because they're like comical.
I don't particularly, if I go out to eat, I want it cooked for me, not sitting there in like a warmer in like
Yeah,
a
but he's probably
cafeteria.
in the asylum. He's probably eating in the cafeteria. You're probably
Stop.
right. He probably is. Mr. Rourke
Yeah.
said to me earlier, he said, I don't think I've ever heard Rachel Reed laugh as hard as when you said lay off the grief when you read that
Oh
person's
my
comment.
God.
Lay off the
I
grief.
could not stop.
He
I
said
almost
that was
killed
really
myself.
funny. Yeah, you
I
gonna say that was
almost
really
died.
yeah,
I had to mute myself, and still, as soon as I read it again, I just fell out.
that's so funny.
Oh my
Yeah, I'm
God, I
not big on Jules. I don't think much of us are. But Long John isn't a Gon John, I mean. I keep calling him Long John. I'm sorry.
That's
You
okay.
should be happy with that name.
Mm-hmm. It's like
Right?
Gone Girl. Have you ever seen that movie? I think Ben Affleck was in it.
I feel like I did see it, but can't remember what it was
Yeah,
about.
yeah. It's just the girl kind of disappears, but she intentionally disappears to set up the guy to take fall for her murder, but she's still alive.
Maybe that's not the one I'm thinking of. The
Oh,
one I was thinking of is with Morgan Freeman is in it. Is that the one?
I
Gone
don't.
Girl. Yeah, right?
Gone Girl with Morgan Freeman.
Or is that Gone
God,
Baby Gone?
you have to tell me. It's not ringing a bell right now. I'm
Something
sorry.
with a little girl in it, and he's like a cop or something. I feel like they adopted her. Yeah, I can't remember. I feel like
Oh,
Casey
yeah.
Affleck was in it, like you said, though.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's hard
Yeah.
sometimes when the movies are so much older to, get every single actor and the synopsis of, the movie correct.
Yeah, but the names are kind of the same
Yes.
too. Like also that one with Clint Eastwood and um Hilary Swank. What was the name of that movie? Wasn't that another one with Gone or Baby in it or something?
Oh,
She was a
Clint
fighter.
Eastwood
Did you
and
see that?
oh, I love that movie.
That was
Oh,
sad.
yeah, that did have baby in the title. You're correct.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
the
that
hell
was
was
probably
Million
a
Dollar
true
Baby? Million Dollar
mil.
Baby.
Yes,
Yeah.
you've got a memory like a safe, boy. It's
That
all
was
precious.
sad.
Yeah, that's a true story too, and I love Clint Eastwood.
Is that a true story? Yeah.
Yes, it is. Absolutely,
Uh,
100%.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because she ended up just making a horrible mistake, and then I think she was paralyzed and bedridden, right?
Yeah, and then he like killed her or gave her something or did
Yeah.
something.
She didn't
Yeah.
want to live
I like
like
Hilary
that.
Swank though.
Yes. Yes,
I
I
really
do
do.
too.
Do
But I think
you
you're
ever
correct.
see her in Boys Don't Cry?
Oh, I was just gonna say that.
That was just so
That's a true movie
yeah, it is.
too.
That is a true
Yeah.
story. Yeah.
Yeah, that
That
was horrible when those two juvenile delinquents took her out in the
and the
car because
cops told
excuse me?
when she reported them for raping her and the cops
Yeah.
told them. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was just getting to that, but yeah. That's the
Yeah.
part that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
trying to see where it says, okay, fight your way up, Franken's
Oh,
okay.
that's another good movie. Rourke put in Kiss the Girls with Ashley Judd, and then Morgan Freeman was in that. Ben, not Ben, um, Angelina Jolie's husband. What is his name? Brad
Brad
Pitt.
Pitt.
hmm
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they were um, abducting women, and then it was like a stable, and then the women were like, you know, their hands were bound behind them, and they were wearing, masks over their eyes. And
Uh-huh.
that was just a psychological thriller. And the one girl got loose, and she just because she was in darkness, she just thrashed through the forest. She could not see where she was going. And finally, she came to this, drop off with a river way down below, and the killer or the abductor is following her through the woods. she can hear it, the thrashing getting closer behind her, and she just jumps into the water, and of course it's rapids, and she goes way down river, and then is up on the side of the bank. She floated up finally, and
Mm-hmm.
that was Ashley Judd, and oh my God, like that was so believable.
Oh, she died at the end?
No, no, no. She went
Uh,
back to find her killer. Like she remembered the wood. Like even though she was blinded, running through the forest, she still had flashes back of like what direction. And they pretty much, the detectives, which was Brad Pitt and I think Morgan Freeman, kind of knew exactly where like the
Brad Pitt and
body.
Kiss the Girls?
Yes, that was Kiss the Girls, and they kind of
I know
knew
they were
the.
in Seven together, but are you sure they were
No, there
in?
were, yeah, I think it was Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt.
I think I don't know if Brad Pitt was in Kiss the Girls. I know he was in with
Who?
Seven with him. Now, I don't know that this is it's just based on
Oh,
short stories. It's not based on a true story. Million Dollar Baby.
oh yes.
It's not based on a true story. It's
Are you
just
sure?
that,
Because at the end of the
yeah,
movie, they showed the original fighter. Like in the
it's
movie, at the end of the movie.
really because it doesn't say that. It just
Yeah,
says
but
it's based
Google's
on a
been
short
changing a lot
story.
of stuff.
All the
Huh?
time, it just says that it's based on a short story.
That's
Um,
weird, because I remember at the end of the movie, they showed the real fighter.
hmm, doesn't say that. It just
Huh.
and then
I could be wrong.
it says that in 2005, it sparked controversy when some disability rights activists protested the ending. The Disability Rights Education Fund released a statement about the film, saying perhaps the most central stereotype fueling disability prejudice is the mistaken assumption inherent in the message of the movie that the quality of life of individuals with disabilities is unquestionably not worth living. This stereotype is contradicted by thousands of people around the world, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying blah, 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 like I don't.
Yeah, it's just a lot to
And then they're
read.
saying, they criticize the film, saying, the movie could have ended with Maggie triumphing once again, perhaps having obtained, yes, I see, so it wasn't based on a true story. Yeah. Perhaps having
Oh.
obtained an education and becoming a teacher, or opening a business managing boxers, or receiving a standing ovation as an inspirational speaker. Clint Eastwood responded to the criticism by saying the film, because I mean, it won 4 Academy Awards,
Exactly.
he said the film was about the American dream. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Eastwood distanced himself from the actions of characters in his films, noting, I've gone around in movies blowing people away with a 44 Magnum. That doesn't mean I think that's the proper thing to do. Roger Ebert stated that a movie is not good or bad because of its content, but because of how it handles its content. Million Dollar Baby is classical in the clean, clear, strong lines of its story and characters and had an enormous emotional impact. Which,
Oh.
it really did. I
Mhm.
mean, I can't go wrong there.
I
How
was
old is
cheering.
Clint Eastwood? 100?
My goodness, is he 77? Clint
No,
Eastwood?
he's gotta be older than that. In his 80s, I'm gonna say.
Huh.
91.
Oh,
91.
crap. Is he 91?
91, and they want us to believe that that movie he just made was him. He was born in 1930.
Wow.
1930. And wow, he looks all right. Well, that's fucking 10 years ago. Um, let's
He
see.
just did a movie, and I
Yeah,
forgot the name of it, where he was going to Mexico to pick up this guy's child and the rooster. Is that the movie you're talking about?
I don't know. I saw like a couple of ads for some new movie he came out with something.
Yeah, I already saw it a
Um,
couple weeks ago. It was pretty
uh,
good.
there's Mystic River and the war film. Mystic River, is that the one in oh yeah, Sean. Have you ever seen that movie, Mystic River? I remember I can't
Uh,
see the chat. So,
yes. Hmm.
um, I guess he's directed it, but directed and scored. So I mean, he writes a lot of his own scores for his movies, and he gets awards for them too.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
He
pretty
actually
impressive.
sang the song in that one about the car, that he had that old car, and he
Oh,
actually
Gran
produced.
Torino, is that what it's called?
Yes, yes, he actually wrote and then produced the song and sang in the song that was in the movie in the beginning or the end of the movie. I think it
Hmm.
was in the end of the movie for closing credits. That's him singing it, Clint Eastwood.
Wow. Hmm.
Yeah, that was a good movie, Gran Torino.
Yeah, Mystic Rivers. What a different movie. I mean, really.
Hmm.
Um, it was nominated for 6 Academy
Wow.
Awards. It had um, Tim Robbins, Sean Penn. Um, oh my God, it had so many people. It was,
An
um,
ensemble cast.
huh?
An ensemble cast where you have a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of high paid actors.
Kevin
Yeah.
Bacon was in it. Um, it was like this. I'm gonna come back in. I gotta go out and come back
Yes.
in.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. In the chat, Mr. Ward said, I watched Josie Wales last night. I love Josie Wales. That was great. Oh, it wasn't Brad Pitt in that movie. I'm sorry. I did not remember it correctly. Some of the older movies, it's hard to, line them up. Um, Google is perfect, Day Day said. Well, yes, Google is perfect. Um, living in Australia
I
is
love Kristen
great.
Stewart.
Ever see Christian Slater and Murder in the First? I believe so. Yeah, I just read that one. I watched Josie Wales last night, Mr. Work said.
Is that the one with oh my
Outlaw
God, Lee
Josie
Marvin?
Wales? Was
Is it
Lee
Lee Marvin?
Marvin in that? I think.
Is
I
it Lee
think so.
Marvin? And he plays like a Canadian Mountie or some shit. Or I just remember
Bounty
them shooting
Hunter.
up this like wooden, like he's in there and they keep firing at it and there's a lot of bullet holes in it and shit and they kill him and he's got a poncho on.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got a
Great
poncho on.
movie.
He's got a poncho on. All those westerns. I think Clint Eastwood is the only one who wore a poncho, isn't he?
Maybe. Maybe.
Ain't in a poncho, did we?
I think so.
Maybe.
Maybe. You tell me.
Who else? You could be right. I kind of like can picture even Charles Bronson in a poncho right now.
Yeah, some of the films he did, it was a very popular, wardrobe back then, especially for
I
the
like
old
Charles
big.
Bronson.
Yes, so do I. The spaghetti westerns and stuff.
Well, I liked him in that. What was it? He goes, you believe in God, son," or something like that. Remember? And he goes, yes, sir, I do." And he goes, "You're gonna meet him."
Yeah,
And he
that's
kills him.
classic.
Yeah, you're gonna meet him.
Very
I like
classic.
that. That was good. Girls used to wear gauchos. I had fucking gauchos. You know what I
I did
had?
too.
Yeah, I had
Hmm.
gauchos. And now that I look back at it, in reality, it was really like a safari suit.
Oh, I
Good.
had one of those with the pockets all over the jacket, and it was like
Yeah,
tan.
like I was going
Yeah,
on fucking safari or some shit.
yeah, that was a style though.
What
Oh
was
my
I
goodness.
wearing? The
Yeah.
fuck was I wearing? I'm surprised I didn't have one of those fucking hats on. Like they wear in safari.
Yeah.
Maybe a
I think
fucking
I
monocle.
I think I had one of those.
A hat like that?
Yeah, I did. My
Get the
grandparents.
hell out of
No,
town.
I'm serious. My
Where
grandparents
did you
used to
get
go.
it from? I want
I'm trying
one.
to tell you, my grandparents used to go to the thrift store all the time, and anything I would pick up within reason, I would be able to buy. Because the thrift store is only like a couple bucks. But I got this like the hard dome safari hat, and I
You know I
had
have
it.
guys in here.
Oh yeah, well of course, it's two
It's
gorgeous
the
ladies
boys
on the
club.
screen.
That's what you like to call it, the boys club.
The Boys Club.
It's a
Yeah,
sausage fest.
yeah.
I know, sure.
It's a wiener roast.
Mm, I actually like the. I mean, I'm not saying like uh, like virtual, like yeah, you know what I'm saying. But
No,
if
what
I
are you
was,
saying?
I mean, like if there was a hot dog right here in a fire and a stick
Oh
and
yeah.
a roll,
Hmm.
I'd eat a hot dog right now.
Oh, me too. With relish, ketchup, and
Mm,
mustard. Yum. It'd be
no ketchup.
gone.
I don't
I
like
like
ketchup
ketchup.
on. I don't like ketchup on my hot dog.
Oh, do you like
Mm-mm.
the sauerkraut or relish
Hmm.
or?
I like all of that, but at different times.
Yes.
Like maybe I would like a super long hot dog or two hot dogs, right? And I
Yeah.
want everything on the side, so that way with every bite I can put a different topping.
Oh wow, great idea. I never thought of that. Why not?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Do you know when I went to New York City? I actually went to New York City. Like, I can't believe I was there. I love New York City. It's in my heart now. But I went to
Hmm.
see my oldest daughter and her husband. They were living there. And I had to get a dirty dog off the street.
What's a dirty dog?
That's what New Yorkers call a hot dog vending little, cart is a dirty
Oh,
dog.
ah, yeah, but
But
you
they
really
call,
can't like hot dogs in a restaurant. You really don't. You're best off getting them off the street or even in a convenience store, like
oh,
two for
it's
2.50.
better at those carts on the corners of New York or big
Absolutely.
cities and stuff. But they called it a dirty dog off the street in New York, and I was like, "Is that a hot dog?" And they're like, "Yeah, you have to have one before you leave New York." And I did a Vegemite on toast.
Yeah. Give me a Vegemite sandwich.
Oh yeah,
I
I thought
live
of
in a land down under
that.
where women something and something something. What's the other
Something
one?
asunder.
Yeah, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Give
Hmm.
me a Vegemite sandwich. What is a Vegemite sandwich?
I think didn't Pink explain that last night? Where it's just orange.
No, I think she said something else. It was like something with an M or something.
Oh, I thought she said
Marmal
Vegemite.
or something. Marmal. And
Oh,
I thought it
oh
was
yeah,
like
you're right
marmalade, but
because
really it's like
it
meat fat.
yeah, it was meat skimmed off the fat. Like when you boil something, you get
Yeah,
those
the
layers.
fat. It was the fat.
Well, it's the meat and the fat. Well, never mind.
It's the fat. It's the
Yeah,
gel. Yeah, it's
yeah,
meat jelly.
yeah, yeah.
Like you find like Vienna sausages in. That's what
Hmm.
Vegemite is too? Is it
Oh,
really?
okay. See, I told you. And you always say no.
You
No,
called it
Rochelle.
something else.
No, Rochelle. No, Rochelle. No. No,
You called
Rochelle.
it something else. I thought Vegemite had something to do with veggies. Why
Thank
wouldn't
you.
I?
I am.
Nobody would think that.
You always say no to me, though. I'm
See,
so
she wants me.
heartbroken.
She wants me. Um, Buy hot dogs from Papaya Hot Dog.
From Papa. Oh, I did. I did, but I didn't have a hot dog. I had a hamburger there,
I don't know
which
what
I
that
know
is.
is weird. It's
Do they
in
have
New York.
papaya?
It's Papaya. Yeah, it's just like McDonald's. It's just a name for the restaurant. And I had hamburger with onion rings there because their burgers were great. Thank you, Mr. Rourke. Not quiet. Who's
He
saying
means
not
not
quiet?
quite.
Oh, oh, okay.
Because I said it was like Vienna sausages, and then if I put them in the fridge, and then the stuff that they're in, it's black.
Oh, it's a black paste spread, very nutritional.
I like
Huh.
potted meat.
You like potted meat?
I do like potted meat.
I'm like,
I might eat
what?
a potted meat sandwich.
My mom used to, because she lives in Hawaii, my sister was born there, used
Hmm.
to eat spam, like all kinds of recipes with spam, even spam and like
I like
pineapple.
spam. No pineapple.
Yeah. Well, she had recipes.
Yeah, I don't like pineapple and stuff. Or nuts. I don't want like walnut in my food.
Ooh, I love walnut. I will soak walnuts in water like my grandfather told me.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want it in my fried rice and shit.
I
Whatever they
like
have, those chestnuts, those water chestnuts.
Oh, yeah.
Are those really
Yeah.
nuts?
Yes, they are. And you can just pick them out of the rice.
I do pick
But
them out. What do you think I do? I begrudgingly
yeah.
eat them?
Sorry. But the only walnuts I like is in a nice chocolate brownie with big chunks of real
Yeah,
walnut.
I'll eat that.
Oh,
I'll eat
yum.
that.
Very good. Or
With
like
some
in
pot would
your,
be good.
do you like, what do they call that? Where it's a chunk of chocolate. Oh, the word just popped out of my brain. Fudge. Fudge with nuts,
No,
walnut.
I don't like.
Oh,
I'm
you
not a
don't
big
like
fudge
fudge?
eater. No, I don't
Oh,
like
okay. I do once in a great while because it seems to be at every little town tourist trap.
well, yes, that it does. But I want to know why the Vegemite is black.
Well, he said, oh, yeah, the Vegemite is black.
Yeah, why? Why is it black?
Don't
That sounds
know.
icky. I like macadamias.
Damper and
Mac.
Billy T is our Bushman's lunch. What
What's
is a
damper?
damper? Yeah.
Sounds like a pamper.
Sounds like a diaper.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
We're horrible people.
I know, but those are it's like a
Maybe
baby.
we
You
are
know,
the
you say,
bullies of YouTube.
"Oh, your little baby wears a damper." I think diaper. You know.
It's black inside.
Yeah.
Nutritious. Yum.
Mm. I don't
Cherry
know.
trail mix. I don't like dry cherries. You know what? I like
Uh,
real cherries, but I'm
yes.
not a fan of maraschino cherries.
Ooh, I like maraschino in my drink.
Oh, I would eat damper. Now, is that something that is it damp and then you dry it over the fire?
You had to go there. The damper is like a bread that you cook on a fire. Huh. So it does it self rise then?
Is it toasty?
Is it
Do we put
warm?
Vegemite
Is
in?
it hot? Is it hot
Oh,
bread?
B1, B2, B3,
With
folate. But I want to know why it's
butter?
black. And
Is it,
blackberries, I used to pick blackberries, but I don't see them as much anymore like I used to
I
when I
had
was a
those
kid.
I had those growing wild in my yard actually.
When
I
you were a
leave
kid?
them. No, in this house. In this
Oh,
house, I had blueberries, blackberries, lemon balm tree or lemon balm bushes, and the real short strawberry bushes. The real tiny ones. They don't get to be like heart shaped strawberries.
mhm.
And the animals love those. The birds love those, and they're like
Strawberries,
good.
man, they like increase and increase and increase, you know? Strawberry plants. Did you notice that?
Inc-
Like,
increase.
I don't mean increase, like, grow. You know what I'm
Oh
saying? Like,
yeah,
the
yeah. They get
seeds
bigger. And,
fall off
yeah.
one and then it makes another one
Self
grow right next to it. I can't
self
think of the word I'm
feeding.
trying to think.
Yes, this was more the tiny strawberries that the size of like a pea, and then they're very bitter. They're bittersweet, and the animals like it.
Mm,
Yeah, and then I
never
had
had it.
one pumpkin plant that survived because squirrels love to dig that stuff up and eat it. But the first blossom was in October, and we will not have a small pumpkin before the freeze. I'm pretty sure, but it's nice. I love the blossoms.
So no pumpkins before October for you?
It did not seem like it this year.
I didn't get a pumpkin either. And I used to make pumpkin seeds. I used to make
Oh
good
yeah,
ones
me
too.
too. Toast
They're
them
so
up nice
good.
in the broiler. Oh, I love that.
So nice. Mm,
No, I haven't been spending a dime that's not bill related or living related since I'm
I know.
shifting my life. Like I've cut back. I haven't bought myself anything but maybe, like my son said, Mom, you've been working so hard. Go out and get your favorite snacks and your favorite candy. I have not bought myself a new shirt, socks,
I hear
nothing from
you.
yeah. I've cut back on every extra spending I can.
Well, let's think about this, okay? Now,
Hmm.
there's people who go on vacations like to Ireland with a group, right? Like a group
Right.
led like by the through the travel agency and stuff like that, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So when people they have like this reservation, they a reserved feeling. I don't mean reservation for vacation, even though we're talking about that. But they have like a reserved feeling of going on vacations and having to intermingle with people that are strangers, but then they get to know them, right?
Right.
If you think about it, if we were to ever do that, what were we talking about? Like a
Oh, the
move
convention and getting
convention.
together.
Yes, like a
Yeah.
yes. It would be we'd actually be at more of an advantage than the people who go on those, traveling excursions with a bunch of strangers through a travel agency because we
Yes.
have all spoke and talked. I
Yeah. You're
mean,
not
I
just
think it would be cool.
yeah, you're not just thrown into the mix like you meet everybody that's going in, on the tour group with you.
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
like it would be fun to even talk about it and plan it
Yeah.
amongst us,
Well,
and have like a sign up thing and
yeah.
something to look forward to, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I think I told you this before. My late sister's daughter lives like in your state. You know what I'm saying? I can't, I
Mhm.
don't want to, dox myself here,
Right.
but, I will be going back to Massachusetts. I've been to Massachusetts before.
Well, I was thinking more like we could even set something up in each other's states at different times, whatever, right?
Hmm.
In like camping excursions, but places where they have yurts. I like yurts.
Yes, the glamping. Yes.
Yeah, it's not really glam.
Yeah.
It's cheap. It's only $40 a night,
Yeah,
and if
yeah.
they sleep sick,
Hmm.
um, yeah, and they have electricity, and
Hmm.
we could, if it was all planned the way that it should be, it could be, and we really, really like focused on it to have some. Because I feel the same way you do, Rachel. Like what you were
Hmm.
saying initially about you haven't really, you kind of, I don't know if this is how like you, but for me, I feel like just like you said, I haven't bought nothing new. I haven't looked forward to anything much, you
Right.
know?
Hmm.
Yeah. Been tough to look forward to shit, but when you think about it, even in the planning of a trip, is fun. Cleveland, I don't want to
Oh,
go to
yeah.
Cleveland.
It's
Why?
so
What's in Cleveland?
exciting. Did you see
Cleveland?
what Day Day put in the chat? A
A group
Survivor Girl
cruise?
night, yeah, group
I don't want
cruise.
anything that's gonna break everybody. I would think it would be more fun to do vacations where we could actually take. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not working right now, and if
Yeah,
there's
neither am
some
I.
people who aren't, then I mean, now is cold for camping. I get that, but
Yes.
this is the time that we could actually make a plan, right?
Mhm.
And visit each other's places and stay, like in a state park that has yurts. A lot more of the state parks are getting yurts. If anybody doesn't know what that is, it's YURT.
Mhm.
And we could end up booking, like, most of them have about six yurts on the
Yes.
same street, little alcove, in the
Mhm.
campground close to like a good, I mean, if people wanted to, they could even rent a RV, or if they have one, or just tent it even,
Mhm.
and do camping excursions that are sightseeing too, where the person who lives there would be
The
the
guide.
one, yeah, the guide, yeah, exactly. And Yosemite, now, is that in California? Yosemite, is that the one with the big trees, the sequoias?
You. Where is your? My daughter goes there. It's near Colorado or above Colorado. Yosemite National Park.
Does that have the big sequoias, or is that the
No,
other?
the big sequoias, I believe, well, they could have them in Yosemite because they are sporadic through the United States.
No, I
Bigger
think they're
trees.
only in California, right?
I thought they did have the older growth trees sporadically in the national parks, not just California. I could be
Mm,
wrong.
that those big though. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to do the Cape. I mean, I'm just saying they do have yurts, and if we were able to book at Nickerson, they got the glacier ponds there, which I say ponds, but I use the word ponds lightly because they're not ponds. They're beautiful, crystal clear, like nice water, beautiful. Like you walk through the woods and it just opens up to this
In where
little
is this?
beach in Brewster, Mass, at Nickerson
Oh,
State
okay,
Park,
yeah. Oh,
at the
Massachusetts is
Cape.
gorgeous. I
Cape
went this,
Cod, yeah, I love the
yeah,
Cape.
yeah, Saugus. I
Oh,
went
we'd have
to
fun.
Boston Square. I went
We'd have
all
fun.
over Massachusetts when I was there because, like, I had a guide that lived there. His family was from there.
Have you been to the
So,
Cape?
I went to where the Gables house is, where that Dark Shadows was filmed. I went to, I, I remember Saugus, and oh my goodness, my memory is like it's late. I've had little sleep
No,
the
that's
last couple.
Salem. Salem, where you went. The House of the Seven Gables, where the
Oh
witches are
yeah,
and stuff.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I'm
And
trying to
and we
think.
could do that too. I mean, we could even do the Lizzie Borden house.
Oh wow,
I
Lizzie
mean, we
Borden
could
gave
really
her
go
parents
all
free
out
wax. Yeah.
because when you
Yeah.
think about it, I
Oh
think,
my
as,
God,
go ahead.
SG, and we can film it.
Well, of course.
Oh my God, that's exciting.
Of course, we can film it, and each person can film it for their own channel too. I see a lot of people doing that. Like
Yeah, I don't want a
they
channel.
have their own channel, or they help out, like with the having the holding the. You know, you could be the person who I could film you, and you could be the person talking to the what is that? That box,
Oh, the
spirit
Spirit
box.
Box. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you'd
Necrophonic
probably be
app
good at that.
or an independent Spirit Box that actually goes off
Oh my
radio
God, and
frequency.
Day Day and Mr. Rourke and Log On and Ian, they can blow, dandelions when they have
Yeah.
they'll blow
Uh-huh.
them at you and we'll say they're orbs.
Oh, that's a great idea. Definitely. But with
Isn't it?
me, you don't have to worry about stuff happening. Stuff usually happens
I
with me.
I know. I'm only
Hmm.
kidding. I know that
Yeah.
too, that you probably would attract some.
Oh, I do.
So
I
yeah,
do.
I bet we all would in a way.
Yeah. But I don't run. I stand my ground.
Yeah, right, Day
Yeah.
Day? 'Cause
Mhm.
yeah, and what I usually do is, everybody, you should look up yurts.
Mhm.
I'll find the
Oh,
thing for yurts, and
um,
I mean, now would be the time to start planning it
mhm.
because you have to make the reservation 6 months ahead of time.
Oh, yeah, yeah, definitely.
Hmm. Yeah, so now would
Day
be the
Day,
time.
I used to have some really good camping equipment and I had a bass boat and used to go camping all the time. I gave all my camping equipment to my one of my daughters because that's what her and her boyfriend wanted to start doing where they moved to. But I had all the stuff, like all the nice stuff for camping.
This stuff, right? It says
Mhm.
they have tree houses.
That would be awesome. Actually, here in
Mm.
Georgia, they do have where they built, I think it's one or two treehouse houses that you can rent out, and it's over like this river. And I didn't find out about it until it was on the Atlanta Housewives show, where, they sort of talked about it or they rented it out or something. And it was so
Yeah.
neat. Yeah.
This is for the winter too, they're showing. Now this one is 93.88 a night in West Hampton.
And how
The
many people can use the yurt?
well, this one, these aren't yurts, these are tree houses. I never saw those before.
Oh, okay. I thought you were still
Yeah,
researching
yeah, I know.
yurts.
I got distracted. I got
Yeah,
distracted.
$93 is about the hotel room cost, and then you can pile people in there. So I was just wondering if there
Vegas
was
is
like
so
a
awesome.
capacity restriction.
Let me see. You're camping. This is weird. It's not coming up with okay, well, anyway, I'm gonna just show you guys.
Okay.
Well, I can't show you guys. I can only put the freaking link.
Oh, okay, okay.
So hard.
Yeah, Day said
When camping in
Treehouse would be
Massachusetts,
awesome.
wouldn't it?
Where?
But I don't know. In
Yeah,
the winter,
I don't know about the winter though, with the snow and everything. It would just
yeah,
kind
but they're
of,
showing them in the snow. They look like houses.
oh, oh,
Yeah. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna share this in the live stream, and then you guys
okay.
can check it out at
Hmm.
your leisure.
Hmm.
I do think it would be fun, and everybody could
Yeah.
even get their own yurt, or me and you could share a yurt,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
you know, right? Because people could also like pitch tents there too. I have to go out and come back in.
Oh, sure, sure, no problem. Yeah, that would be great. Oh my goodness, we could do tarot cards. I can bring my dowsing rods, I've got this little pendulum that I use to detect spirits and stuff. Wow. I haven't done this in such a long time. The big C vid happened, and then before that I was working on my second house to try to get rid of that. So yeah, I'm in much need of like a vacation, some pampering, and just chilling back with good friends, and just like we are here, just we would be nonstop laughing. I mean, it would be crazy if all of us nut jobs got together and we're in one location. That would be great. Yeah, Mr. Work, good idea. Like, not in the summertime where it's super hot, but not where it's, like snow on the ground where, we would maybe have to drive on icy roads or something. You know what I mean? So fall would be a good plan, Mr. Work. Oh, Day Day said, me too, Rach. That's cool. My brother used to call me that, Rach or Roach. I miss him. He was a good guy. At least 7 to 10 of us. Well, yeah, that we would have to iron out those plans and stuff, but it does. I'm excited. Sounds like
Poor
a
Ian, he lives in Australia. Oh, we could
oh,
all go
he
to Australia.
can.
I have a
Oh,
friend that lives in New Zealand. No, wait, no, where does he live? Oh, is it New Zealand? Is that what they call them, Kiwis?
New Zealand has the kiwi.
Well, yeah, they have Kiwi birds, and they call people from New Zealand Kiwis.
Oh, yeah. I think
Mhm.
that is true.
Yeah, yeah. And he lives in like this, oh my God, beautiful. He has to collect rainwater.
Oh, wow. I wish
Mhm.
I had like a what do they call it? Self-sustaining lifestyle. That's excellent.
We could just go to the Maori. Yeah, the Maori.
Moray.
I can't think
Where?
of the name of the. It's like when he told me the Corridor Coast or something, the something coast,
What
something that
coast?
begins with a C, and the Quarantine Coast, or is there something like that? Something Coast.
I'm drawing a blank. I thought
No,
Wales was
I'm
an
asking
island.
Ian.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Remember the other day when we were
yeah.
talking about, yeah.
The
And I was thinking of
Coriander Coast, maybe.
yeah, been so sleep deprived. I was thinking of the islands off the coast of Wales, and I thought Wales was an island, but it's attached. Yeah.
Isn't it Wales an island? I thought it was an island.
No, it's attached. Because remember, Pink says she drove there 10 hours, but went to Mexico in 9. So she drove there. And then I remembered, oh man, it is attached on one side, but it's
Drove from
coastal
where?
from where she lives, Pink.
She lives in Wales.
But she was going to Comwell, but isn't Wales
No,
attached to?
she said she couldn't. Oh, I don't think she said she could drive there, did she?
That's what I
I
remember.
can't remember. But you said
Okay.
Wales, not Cornwall.
Yeah, where she was in Wales, she was driving to Cornwall, and then you guys were saying it differently, and I asked you what's the correct pronunciation. How do you
Wales
pronounce
and
that?
Cornwall are two different places.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm
Oh,
remembering.
okay. I didn't know you didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
No, I
wonder,
didn't know
like, I
that.
wouldn't want to go to Tasmania. I feel like there would be too many of those Tasmanian devils.
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to. You think the same
Even
way?
though,
Isn't that funny? They might
even
not even
though,
really have them, but I'm already afraid
no,
of them.
they're extinct. They're not no
Are
longer
they?
a cryptid on this. Yeah,
And why did you
Tasmanian
say yes?
devil. Because I was just joking. I thought you were joking.
Really?
Decore is amore. What? Decore is amore.
He's saying in Mori. Mori is
More.
the language of the indigenous people, right there. Yeah, on
Oh,
in New Zealand are the Maori. Yeah, and their
no.
official bird is the kiwi, and
Oh,
it lives
okay.
on the ground, and it's in danger of being extinct. And that's
You
why they call
are,
people from New Zealand Kiwis.
yeah, you're a lot sharper than me. I've run on very little sleep the last couple nights, so my
Uh,
brain is like, swimming through oil, it seems
I get
like.
smarter every day.
Yes, you do. You are smarter than me now. Take advantage of it.
No, we both know things. We all do.
Yeah, yeah.
We got a nice group of people here.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
people hated me because I knew so much information. Like
And they're like,
that
oh,
made me
you're
feel
wrong.
so small.
I said, you're wrong, Rachel. People don't hate you. And that was the only time I could tell her I was wrong and get away with it. She was wrong and get away with
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
sometimes like we can believe like what people say, even if it sounds like bull crap. Like if they're telling us how great we are, or beautiful, or wonderful,
Mhm,
it's okay to believe
mhm.
that. It's okay to believe that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want somebody like not liking me because they think I'm stuck up and
You didn't
an
know you were.
intellectual.
You didn't know you were.
Yeah,
I had to
yeah,
let you know, just
yeah.
like you let me know. We let each other know.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
She's my
Yeah.
JC bear, but she's my
Oh.
RR,
Yeah.
right? SG and RR.
R.
You guys
Remember
know
when?
how like that came about the RR?
Yeah.
It's because
Re-
she knows,
yeah,
Rachel knows,
yeah.
but because
Remember when
Spaceman,
Spaceman
that's
was
so
on your
funny.
panel and you were
Yeah,
saying RR and he didn't know
yeah,
you were
he goes, why
actually,
do you
yeah.
keep saying RR between everything? And I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean? Why? What do you mean? Rachel Reed. Like, how hard is that?
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
And he literally thought I talked like that.
Yeah.
That I was like that I literally said RR in between everything. He was
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Australia, Ian.
Yeah. Yeah. I love
Yeah,
Spaceman.
disagree with me. Stop agreeing with me. Yeah, only in
Oh,
America.
I'm in a
He's from
yes.
Australia, Ian. And he goes, why do you always say RR between as like or quite say it like that.
You were making fun of me, but that's okay.
I wasn't making fun of you.
Well, we were all having jokes together about
I was saying
RR.
RR.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like a good Aussie. He was
Yeah,
alright. Also, just
yeah,
kidding. He was alright. No, he was good. He was a good friend, and
yeah,
I wish he'd come back.
yeah. I
You're
miss
not
him.
him, Ian, but you're close to him because you look like an alien.
Yeah.
And he tried to be an alien.
Mm,
He
mm.
tried to
He
be an
had,
alien.
yeah, Spaceman had a lot of good stories. He was very knowledgeable in his own way, but sometimes he got so repetitive about the stories, I wanted to kick him off panel.
Yes,
He would,
right?
yeah, he would
Same.
tell the stories over and over and over, and
Over
we
and
all are
over.
the same people on the same channel, and we listen to it.
And I
Yeah, get some.
especially wasn't big on the Holocaust is not real shit.
Oh, that was yeah, that went
Yeah,
horribly wrong.
that was
Oh my
bad. That's
God.
very bad.
Yeah, I was godsmacked. I didn't know what to say, and I was like, and when you dropped him, I was like, good.
He wouldn't stop, and I didn't drop him like
Yeah,
immediately. I said to him,
yeah.
I go, you know, like that,
Oh no, I was
like,
there. Yeah,
it's like, why? That's like purposely coming to say something intentional to make a rift. You
yeah.
know,
No, I was there. You don't have to explain. You've dropped me plenty of times. It's fine.
I did.
And that was a time when I saw him leave the screen. I like sighed. I was like, glad that's over. You kind of
It's
wipe
so
your forehead.
uncomfortable. Yeah,
It was. It
like six
was.
million people would beg to differ, if
Yeah,
not
it was.
more.
I didn't understand why he was doing that. Like, it was
It's not only like
awkward.
putting down the people that went through it, it's putting down the people that fought in that war. Like, what is he
Yeah.
saying? They were fighting a
Or
fake
people
war.
that lost relatives, lost
Almost whole
possessions,
family. Yeah.
lost land, lost houses, lost that connection. People were here one day, got on the trains, were gone the next. Or
And
they
for six
starved to
days
death.
without being able to stop to eat or go to the bathroom.
Exactly. It was
And their babies
horrible.
died in their arms of
Yeah. People don't
starvation.
realize how
Yeah.
horrific it was.
Yeah. And you got a
Yeah.
family that kept a kosher kitchen and now they
Hmm.
have to sit and eat out of the same bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. True. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had kept it, and those dishes probably got smashed. That had been through centuries, generations, through
And
kitchens, kosher kitchens.
and I saw pictures of when the encampments, and they would
Mm,
just like trench, and then they would dump the bodies, and they were so skinny.
because they were
Like
sucking the
it's
fat out of them, making soap and shit.
oh my
That's why they
God.
were
They
all
did
bald too. They were making hair cloth and Oshkosh Bagosh. These
oh God,
companies are still
my
in
stomach's
business.
getting upset.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I get you. I hear you.
Yeah. I
I
can't,
hear you.
I'm not one of those people, I'm not disconnected from my emotions. So when I think about how horrible that was, like I actually, my stomach gets
I know.
upset and I get tears in my eyes, and
I've
it's
done
just,
research. There was like, I did research on this kid. I think his name was Henry Wolf or something. I might be incorrect, but he was a 15-year-old kid. If you were like under 16, forget it. If you weren't, whatever. But he had written like books and done art. Probably would have been a very made quite the mark on history. This kid was a talent, and his illustrations were wonderful. And um, you know, that's
yes,
all that's left of him is those books. His whole family basically was gone. Wiped out.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and
And
I feel like people a lot of times they I don't know. It's a hard, the blitz. Oh yeah, my mother told me about it. Yeah, my mother lived through that.
and remember that one site we were on the phone and you told me where to
Yeah,
go and we were in the same room in the same application and going through
yeah,
the
the
blitz?
360 view. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Have
was
you seen that, Ian?
ooh,
Yeah, it really
wow.
brings it to like almost a
Being
eerie
real. Yeah.
realization. Yeah, like because I
Yeah.
remember my mother telling me they would play music for the kids, the little,
Mhm.
and you know how that music is playing in the background,
Yeah. It was
yeah,
very real.
and
Mhm.
it's like, oh my God, the shit falling from the ceiling. I'll look for it and I'll post the link. Hold on.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah.
Hmm.
SG told me about this room. It's a 3D virtual room about people that went and experienced the Blitz. And it was just mind blowing how realistic it was.
It is pretty
Definitely.
good.
Yeah, it was pretty
It
freaky.
made me realize, like, learn a little bit about my mother.
Yeah.
Um, cause now looking back, I think, oh, I really think she had some PTSD going on.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah, to be living through this, and it was for a long time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my great grandparents, I should say, went through the Depression where there was no food, there was no work, there were people dying in America on the streets. Like they had windows set up, and I thought it was the weirdest thing when my grandparents would tell me this story. It was just a window in the side of this building, and you could sell the coat off your back, but it's winter time. That's why you had a winter coat, but you were starving and you could sell the clothes off your back to get money for food for that day or the
Mm,
next day. But then what
mm.
happens when you don't have anything to sell?
The next
And
day,
you're
yeah.
living on the street because there's no room in the shelters. It like
It's a
my
horrible. It's
grandmother,
all horrible.
yeah, it was given paper food tickets from the U.S. government,
Yeah,
and
because everything was
sometimes,
on a ration.
yeah, and
You
sometimes
want to
when
hear
you were,
something sick, Rachel?
oh, sure, I'm sorry,
That the people that you notice how they're all the same, like skinny in those concentration camps. Now
yes,
you know that some of those people probably went in there overweight or bigger than the others, but they're
yes,
all the same. They were sucking the fat out of them. They were
mm.
making soap, and it was like the soap that I remember my mother would like roll over in her grave if she knew that it was the soap they were making out of those concentration camp people. That's what
Oh
they were giving
wow,
to the British soldiers and stuff.
oh man,
Yeah, yeah.
mm.
How like
Mm.
hidden is that?
Yeah,
Did you see that?
yeah.
Wait, oh, you're talking. Oh, he's talking about the depression, right?
Yes, it's
What you
some of
were
the
just talking about.
documentary about the U.S. Depression, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that looked pretty bad, man.
Hmm.
I read
And
about some murderer that was around then when they used to have those was that what they were called? Herbertville or Hoovervilles or remember during the
um,
depression?
um, my mind feels like it's swimming in oil, so I'm just surprised what I can remember right now.
Well, wasn't it like they were living in these like squalor, right? These
Yeah.
little, yeah, they were living in
Well, it
squalor.
was my grandparents or my great grandparents were in New York, and it was the New York that was from that Leo DiCaprio movie, Gangs of
Oh,
New
like the
York.
gang, oh, yeah, the
Yeah,
gangs of
and
New
then a
York.
majority of New York burnt down, and
That's a good one.
and yeah, but my grandparents were there when the buildings were like
Shantytown.
that and when the streets were like that. Like
Yeah,
it's
and I read
crazy.
about that shit, and they
Hmm.
did have these gangs back then
Yeah, they
that
did.
were just
They
so
controlled who got the work,
vicious.
from the docks and things
Even
like
the
that.
youngsters, though, were in gangs. They were all
Hmm.
vicious. They started their life, grew up in that.
Yeah, and they were just into the United States at Ellis Island, so they were like almost like innocent people from other countries, so they didn't know where to find the work, what to do. So they were easily influenced and taken over by these gangs, and they would use them. Like, I can get you work, but you have to give me, some
Your
of your
vote.
money per
Yeah, and
day
they were
and your
doing about
vote.
the vote.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
a lot of
money
those
and the vote.
politicians
Yeah.
were crooked. Like
Hmm.
the row. What was it called? Something row or oh my
Um,
god. It's like, got the link. I'll show Dad that one. Oh, yeah? Yeah, Ian, right? Isn't that eerie? So eerie. Dana, I don't know if you like or if anybody else in here. That link that I just put is what me and Rachel were talking about,
hmm.
the bomb shelter
Yeah.
and the 360. Wow, I'll tell you, that that really made me feel, the way the music is playing and
Yeah.
dust falling from the ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
Very eerie, right?
Very,
Yeah.
very eerie.
It
Hmm.
made me understand my mother a
Yeah.
little more.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
And be able
the
to, not be so angry, I guess.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We all got to give some grace to other people because we don't really know what they lived through day to day or what was in their past. So you got to give people
right.
grace.
And people can tell us about it, right? But and we
Hmm.
can watch documentaries, but that being like that is
Yeah.
I don't usually watch things like that with that where
Hmm.
it can kind of put you right in there. The way I think it's the way the volume is of each particular sound. They've
They
made it
might
very
have,
well.
yeah, I read this thing, and they might have some subsonic sounds that your ears don't pick up, but they do on a different level.
No, I think it's the music,
Uh-huh.
how the music sounds. Like the music is
Hmm.
quite a touch,
Yeah, it
you
is.
know? Yeah, the music is quite a
It's
touch.
almost like it's all around you too when you're in that room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And you can
Mhm.
move all around, like you just said, and see each
Yeah.
end of that tunnel and
Hmm.
the dust falling from the ceilings. And my mother had described like that. And,
Yes.
it's even up to the music, they would play
Hmm.
music. And that's why when I found that, came across it, I was
Hmm.
able to, and ironically, or maybe not ironically, but I don't know how to put it, but something so small as that was, I was able to let go of a little bit of personal anger that not anger, confusion, anger, all different things, not knowing. I don't know. It just made me not be so mad at my mom.
It almost like made your eyes open up because then you knew what she went through. Like you were
Yeah,
more
yeah.
accepting.
Be able to. I've been wanting to say this to you, and I hope it doesn't make you sad.
What?
But you said something about when you had lost, your partner,
Yeah.
and the song, it keeps going through my head ever since, every time I see you,
Uh-huh.
is that song. Um, it's gonna be sad though. It's that song because you're the only life this empty room has ever had.
Oh.
And life without you is gonna be bluer than blue. I don't know. I know it's sad, and don't be
Mm-hmm.
sad because
No.
it just, because I love you, and I heard you
Mm-hmm.
say it, and I heard you say something, and it was just a quick, couple of words in a sentence, but
Mm-hmm.
it's been stuck in my head for a long time, for the last couple of days. Not a long time, but for days, hours, days.
Yeah, I always tell my friends, I said, half of my heart got taken, and one day, I'll get it back from them, and then, everything will be good. I'll have a whole heart again when I see him the next time.
Day Day lost his wife as well.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about
Yeah,
that, Day Day.
4 years ago.
Wow. It can
How long was
be,
it for you?
oh my goodness, SG, it's been double digits.
Has
Yeah, but
it?
it seems like yesterday.
I
Yeah.
know. That was so sad the other
Yeah.
day when you just out of the blue on the phone said you missed your husband. And it was for the passion too that you missed him.
Yeah. Oh
You were like
no.
so raw. Like I'm not gonna say, but uh, that was impressive to me. That was love. That was if
Mhm.
I was to make a movie of moments of listening to love in someone's voice, then that would have been one of them.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
I still have days that I wake up and, I've got this large California king bed, and I'll put my arm to his side of the bed and then remember, oh, he's
what
up
does that
above,
mean?
not
Your husband died on that day?
what now?
Does me and Rachel share that too to the day?
To the day. No, my husband died in October.
It's November
What did
3rd.
I didn't say a day.
I wonder if he's got you confused with Catherine.
Maybe, because my husband, it's been a while since he's passed.
2007. So November 3rd, 2017 is nothing, no date for
No,
you?
nothing to do with me. No,
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 not
no.
you, me. Oh,
Oh,
he's telling you that's the day. Oh, my mother loved that, The Ghost of Mrs. Muir.
oh, I love that one too. Yeah.
My
Oh, he
mother
says
liked it.
not, no, not you, me. So that's when he lost his wife.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you guys want, but I'm happy for you that you were in love.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that you're sharing memories.
hmm
You
And
know,
I miss being smushed. Oh my God, the weight of a guy just laying on top of you. Oh, delicious.
delicious. You're
It
so
is.
something
Nothing
else.
sexual. Just, how they lay
Yeah,
on
I
top
get
of you to look
you.
in your face.
The manliness.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yummy.
Yeah. That. Oh, we share the lot. Yeah. Yeah. Interracial.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
definitely. Mhm.
Now there was another movie that I used to watch. My mother liked. It was something to do. Was it Mrs. Miniver or something about the soldier. The German soldier was in her house, and I remember something about someone driving in an old, like black and white, and she was driving in an old car, or somebody was, and somebody shot through the roof, and they got shot. Um, like it was a war, like plane. They shouldn't have, this like came, a machine gun kind of thing from the sky,
Oh,
and it went through the roof of the car, and he got killed. The person, and something to do with she went in her house, Mrs. Min- oh my God,
I
something like
don't,
that.
yeah, I don't remember that title.
Hmm. Maybe I'll look and see.
I wish I had like my iPad, but it locked me out. So if we had another device, I could just be, Johnny on the spot for you.
Yeah, Mrs. Miniver from 1942. Greer Garson. An old one, huh?
Yeah, way back.
Hmm.
hmm
Yeah. Yeah, Greer Garson.
hmm But I watched all those movies, probably right along with you, all the black and whites, the musicals, Fred Astaire, Ginger
Oh, me
Rogers.
and my mother used to watch Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers
Oh,
all,
yeah, I
especially
used
in
to.
England, because there's always a film
hmm
on. You want to say, oh, is there a film on? Is there a film on?
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was raised with my great grandparents, so that was the music. They loved the big band music. My grandfather taught me all the formal dances, the waltz, the Charleston, all those dances. And then when Hee Haw would come on, or Lawrence Welk, or Merv Griffin, and you get that big band, playing, I would do the dance, like the polka or whatever, and I would just be dancing to the music. I wouldn't really be watching the TV, and I was getting exercise and moving and for hours be doing that. And I didn't realize what my grandfather was doing, even when we were inside, I was exercising.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. My mother used to always do, like, my mother would sing songs like, I was strolling down the street one day in the merry, merry month of May,
May.
when what to my surprise, and then a pair of lovely eyes. Then I don't know the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was always singing,
Mhm.
my mother.
Do you know my
She,
damn great grandfather taught me to walk a tightrope?
really?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. He would not stop teaching me. That was the thing. I
So do you walk
actually,
one now?
oh no, not now. I haven't since I was a kid, but I could when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. It wasn't, off the ground, like, you would string it between buildings or something like that. It was always very low to the ground in case you fell, you were just like stepping off. But it was
Those
so
people, they
much.
fall. I mean, when I see that shit, like, what was it, the flying Willendos
Oh
and shit,
yeah.
and those people
Yeah,
who
the
would go,
circus
like, in
act.
between buildings,
Mhm.
one gust of wind, these fuckers are
Ooh.
gone.
And then
Yeah, they're gone. Can you imagine being there to witness that?
hmm
Holy
Or
my God.
like across the Grand Canyon. Remember that guy
Oh,
that made
I
something?
know, Evil
Oh
Knievel.
man.
Yeah, it was
Uh,
fucking broken to pieces.
well,
They have no Evil
tightrope.
Knievel.
Oh yeah, Evel Knievel jumped, but this guy did a tightrope in the
Did
Grand
he
Canyon.
die?
No, no, he made it.
He did?
Yeah, it
I'm
was in
looking
the
it up.
70s. It was in the 70s, I think.
I remember
Oh,
kind of seeing that. I feel
yeah.
like I remember watching the wind blowing him.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, I feel like I remember that.
Here we go. Tiptoe through the tulips,
I
through the
know.
tulips.
And
I know, I love that
can
song.
can you believe that he got married, Marty Feldman got married, and I've never been married? That's
Huh?
fucked up shit. Well,
Stop.
like they're not like good looking people, but I guess there's someone for
Oh
everyone
my
except
god.
me.
Oh my god. If I could reach through the internet and smack you, I'd smack that out of you because you're gorgeous. You're going to find your true love when God puts it in your path.
Uh, so it was a Walenda who crossed
Hmm?
that. Nick Walenda, one of the flying
Oh, okay.
Walendas. He's the
Oh,
one who
yeah,
walked
the
across it.
Grand Canyon. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
He
surprised I
walked
remember
across
that.
Masaya volcano in Nicaragua, an
Ooh.
1,800-foot walk on March 4th, 2020, in 31 minutes and 23 seconds. Wow, that's pretty good. A high
Damn.
wire act without a net. First person to walk a tight rope directly over Niagara Falls. I
Oh,
thought that I
wow.
went to the one that went across the other one.
There was one in New York, wasn't there? Or was that Chicago where they strung it between buildings?
Oh,
Um, Maybe it was New York. Yeah, it was New York. They strung it between two buildings and some guy did the tightrope.
Carl Walenda, he's the one who like founded them, and he
Yeah.
died 1978. Let's take a
Oh,
look.
okay.
he all right. 4-man pyramid, Cyclone Highway. They moved to the United States in 1928, performing as freelancers. And then in 1947, they developed the unequal three-tier 7-man pyramid. Carl
Oh,
Walenda had
wow.
the idea since 1938, but it took until 1946 when his brother Herman developed it and had the right acrobats for it. The Great Walendas, a 1978 made-for-TV movie starring Carl Walenda, depicts the act's comeback after a fatal accident involving several members during a performance. Walenda was killed in a high wire accident just 38 days after it was first broadcast.
Mm.
In July 1970, a 65-year-old Walenda performed a high wire walk, an estimated 35. Okay, so he crossed it. Death. There we go. Despite being involved in several tragedies in his family's act, Walenda continued his stunts. In 1978, at age 73, Walenda attempted to walk between the two towers of the 10-story Condado Plaza in San Juan, Puerto Rico. A wire stretched 121 feet above the
Mm.
pavement. As a result of high winds and an improperly secured wire, he lost his balance and fell during the attempt. He was pronounced dead after his body arrived at the hospital. Death was not viewed on most stations, but a um, local somebody um, taped it. Okay. So Mario Walenda, adopted son of Carl, fell along with Carl during an attempt to perform the 7-person pyramid on January 30th, 1962, leaving him paralyzed from the waist down.
Oh, no.
Pretty bad, pretty
Wow.
bad.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Let's see what other ones they had.
Well,
Uh,
Kenzie came in just waking up and getting here to say, I love sharing. Good night, babe. Sweet dreams. Good night,
uh,
Kenzie. Thanks for
Good
stopping by.
night. Thank you for stopping by. All right. So we're back at the Flying Walendas. Carl Walenda was born in Germany in 1905 to an old circus family and began performing at the age of 6. While still in
Wow.
his teens, he answered an ad for a hand balancer with courage. His
Hmm.
employer, Louis Weitzman, taught him the trade. In 1922, Carl put together his own act with his brother Herman, Joseph Geiger, and a teenage girl, Helen Price. who eventually became his wife. The act toured Europe for several years, and then when John Ringling saw them perform in Cuba, he quickly hired them to perform at Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. In
Right.
1928, they debuted at the Madison Square Garden. The act performed without a net. It had been lost in transit.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Ooh.
So they had never performed without a net before. But
Scary.
but I'll bet you Ringling frickin' did that on purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's lost.
In 1928, they debuted. Okay, so and the crowd gave them a standing ovation. In 1944, while the Wallendas were performing in Hartford, Connecticut, a circus fire broke out, killing over 168 people. Wow.
Wow. The tent
That's
caught fire. Yeah.
Wow. So July
Yeah.
6, 1944 is one of the worst fire disasters in United States history. It occurred during an afternoon performance that was attended by 6,000 to 8,000 people. It killed 167 people and more than 700 were injured.
Wow.
The background it says the cause is unknown. It had a huge canvas tent, commonly called a big top. There was no the circus had been experiencing shortages of personnel and equipment as a result of the United States involvement in World War II. Delays and malfunctions in the ordinarily smooth order of the circus had become commonplace. On August 4th, 1942, a fire had broken out in the menagerie, killing a number of animals. When the circus arrived in Hartford, Connecticut on July 5th, 1944, the trains were so late that one of the two shows scheduled for that day had been canceled. In circus superstition, missing a show is considered extremely bad luck. And although the July 5th, 1944 evening show ran as planned, many circus employees may have been on their guard, half expecting an emergency or a catastrophe. The next day was a Thursday. The crowd at the 2:15 afternoon performance was dominated by women and children. The size of the audience that day has never been established with certainty, but the best estimate is about 7,000. It could seat 9,000 spectators around its three wings, measured 200 feet wide, 450 feet long, 15 feet high, and the roof was 48 feet high. It had been coated with 1,800 pounds of paraffin wax, dissolved in 6,000 U.S. gallons of gasoline.
And that's probably what sparked it.
Yeah, a common waterproofing method of the time. The big top had been erected over a freshly mowed grass and exposed dirt that had been watered down and then covered with hay and wood shavings. Inside the tent, there were three rings and two stages. Okay, so the fire began as a small flame after the lions performed on the southwest side wall of the tent while the great Wallendas were performing. Circus band leader Merle Evans was said to have been the first to spot the flames and immediately directed the band to play the Stars and Stripes Forever. That's the traditionally signaled distress. Wow, to all circus personnel. Ringmaster urged the audience not to panic and to leave in an orderly fashion, but the power failed and he could not be heard. Bradner and the ushers unsuccessfully tried to maintain some order as the panicked crowd tried to flee the big top. The ushers also worked to attempt to douse the fire with water jugs that had been stationed in the big top to pull down the canvas sections that were on fire. After realizing their attempts were futile, they began to help evacuate the crowd. The only animals in the big top at the time were the big cats, and they had just finished performing. The big cats were herded through the chutes, leading from the performing cages to several cage wagons, and were unharmed except for a few minor burns. Though most spectators were able to escape the fire, many people were caught up in the hysteria. Witnesses said some simply ran around in circles, trying to find their loved ones. Well, I could see that. Rather than trying to escape from the burning tent. Some escaped but ran back inside to look for family members. Others stayed in their seats until it was too late, assuming that the fire would be put out promptly. Because at least two of the exits were blocked by the chutes used to bring the show's big cats in and out, people trying to escape could not bypass them. Wow. Survivor Maureen Crakian was 11 at the time of the fire and lived on the same road upon which the circus was held. On the day of the event, she was supposed to go to the circus with a neighbor and her daughter. When she went to their house, she found that they had already left without her. so she decided to go to the circus on her own, where she seated herself in the bleachers. I remember somebody yelling and seeing a big ball of fire near the top of the tent, and then this ball of fire just got bigger and bigger and bigger. By that time, everybody was panicking. The exit was blocked with the cages that the animals were brought in with. Wow. And there was a
Mhm.
man taking kids and flinging them up and over that cage to get them out. I was sitting in the
Wow.
bleachers and jumped down. I was three-quarters of the way up. You jumped down and it was all straw underneath. There was a young man, a kid. He had a pocket knife and he split the tent, took my arm, and pulled me out. Wow.
Oh
He was
wow.
smart. After she was pulled
Mhm.
out, she grabbed another little girl's arm and pulled her out as well. Frida Pushnik, who performed the circus as the armless and legless Wonder, was rescued by a minstrel show performer who rushed on stage, picked up Pushnik's chair, and carried her to safety. Pushnik continued to perform with the circus until 1955. Others, such as Judith Shapiro Cohen, who was about 7 years old, exited up higher into the stands and jumped off the bleachers. However, Judith refused to jump and was pushed. Because of the
Oh.
paraffin wax waterproofing of the tent, the flames spread rapidly by the wind. The waterproofing indeed protected the tent from rain, but it was horribly flammable. People were
Mhm.
badly burned by the melting paraffin. Um, they called it the day the clowns cried. While
Yeah.
many people burned to death, others died as a result of the ensuing chaos. Sources and investigators differ on how many people were killed. Various people say it was 167 or 168 or 69. The collection of body parts that were listed as a victim. Wow. With
Mhm.
official treated injury estimates running over 700 people. It is commonly believed that the number of fatalities is higher than the estimates given due to poorly kept residency records in rural towns and the fact that some smaller remains were never identified or claimed. Additionally, free tickets had been handed out that day to many people in and around the city, some of whom appeared to eyewitness circus employees to be drifters who would never have been reported missing. Some died from
Oh.
injuries sustained from leaping from the tops of the bleachers, hoping they could escape under the sides of the tent. So that method of escape ended up killing more than it saved. Others died after being trampled by other spectators, with some asphyxiating under the piles of people who fell over each other. Most of the dead were
Wow.
found in piles, some three bodies deep at the most congested exits. A small number of people were found alive at the bottoms of these piles, protected by the bodies on top of them when the burning big top ultimately fell down. Notable
Wow.
survivors include Eunice Rourke, the Lieutenant Governor of Connecticut, Charles
Really?
Nelson Riley, wow,
Wow. Huh.
Hal Blaine, renowned drummer, Emmett Kelly, renowned circus clown, the best known victim of the fire was a young blonde girl wearing a white dress. She is known only as Little Miss 1565, named after the number assigned to her body at the city's makeshift morgue. Oddly well
Wow.
preserved even after her death, her face has arguably become the most familiar image of the fire. Her true identity has been a topic of debate and frustration in the Hartford area since the fire occurred. She was buried without a name in Hartford's Northwood Cemetery, where a victim's memorial stands. Wow, that is crazy.
That is
The
nuts.
photographer took her fingerprints, footprints, dental charts. Despite massive publicity and repeated displays of the famous photograph, she is in nationwide magazines. She was never acclaimed. Barber and
Wow.
Lowe spent the rest of their lives trying to identify her. They decorated her grave with flowers each Christmas, Memorial Day, and July 4th. In 1991, the body was declared to be that of 8-year-old Eleanor Emily Cook, though Cook's aunt and uncle had examined the body and it did not fit the description they provided. The Connecticut State Police compared hair samples and determined they were probably from the same person. Yeah. The body was
Oh.
exhumed in 91 and buried next to her brother Edward, who had also died in the fire. I mean,
Oh
I guess
wow.
it's one person they never found, right?
Yeah.
In 1981, Lowe's widow announced that Lowe had identified the child and contacted her family, but they requested no publicity. In 1987, someone left a note on the 1565 gravestone reading, Sarah Graham is her name. 7/6/38, date of birth, 6 years, twin. Notes on her nearby gravestones indicated that her twin brother and other relatives were very close by. In 1991, arson investigators, which she claims the girl was Eleanor Emily Cook from Massachusetts. There was conspiracy within the judicial system to convict the Ringling defendant, and that's agreed. I don't know. Donald Cook in 1955 insisting that the girl was his sister, but nothing came of it. He thinks that his family was shown the wrong body in the morgue or something.
Oh, okay.
Badly
Yeah.
injured in the fire, Miss Cook had been unable to claim her 2 dead children and was too emotionally traumatized to pursue it. She had been told later that
Oh.
Eleanor was not in any of the locations where the bodies were kept for identification, and so she had believed that she was one of the children that was burned beyond recognition. They do believe that she might be her daughter. That's pretty sad
Wow. Yeah,
because
to
it's still
lose two
pretty much
kids.
unresolved.
Yeah, and not, be able to claim a daughter and you buried your son and then, wow.
I could go see that. That's near me.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah, I could go see that. Like take to the grave, her grave.
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Mhm.
I love, Ringling Brothers and stuff like that. I know that's not a popular thing to, do nowadays,
No,
but
I've seen them.
yeah, I love circuses and, I don't know. It's just always been a very favorite memory of mine.
I remember going to see them and freaking. Wait a minute, I gotta go out and come back in.
Sure, sure, sure. The two things my family loved was, going to art fairs, or anything outside, and also like the Greek festivals, at Greek churches, and they have the big festival and they have the dancing, and we always went there for the food and the dancing. And another thing was is the circus. I know that's not very popular now because of animal abuse or whatever, but it was just one of my cherished memories growing up is even if it was a smaller circus, that my family would always go and support the smaller circus that would come through our area. Did you, SG?
What?
Did you ever go to Greek festivals? Did you like that? Like the food and the ambiance and the dancing?
I went to the Italian festivals. I might have gone.
Ah,
I don't know if I ever went to a Greek festival. They
the
did
Greek,
have them downtown. They used to.
yeah, my grandmother religiously would always go to the Greek festivals.
Yeah, they
Always.
had the grease pole at the Italian ones. It's pretty
I
good,
don't
you
know if
know.
I went to the Italian ones. I
Mm.
remember going to the Greek ones.
Yeah,
Sponica pita, and then you have all those great, desserts and stuff.
yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I still like
Um,
Greek food.
I forgot what I wanted to tell you. I had it in my
Oh,
head and I forgot.
I'm
Damn it.
sorry. Probably because I was talking
No,
too
no, no,
much,
no, no.
but you
I
were
forgot it as soon as I came in.
okay.
I have a piece of American
Oh,
history and I'm proud of it. Why? What do you have? What's your American history?
oh yeah. What is it?
Whose
Oh, I
father
think
died ice sculpting?
bobbing for apples, eating out, yeah, eating pies and bobbing for apples. And then Day Day said before that, yep, I miss the family stuff, carnivals.
Bobbing for apples. I don't even remember ever doing that.
I did that. We used to do that in our family every Halloween and fall time, believe it or not. And then my mom would make caramel apples. They're
From the
candied
rebels
apples.
for what? Like in
Hmm.
the Civil War? You mean? From the USS Wabash?
Yes, one side was the rebels and the other side was the Confederate, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Is that what you're talking about? Like the Civil War?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow, that's a nice violin. Do you
Let me look.
play? Ian, do you play? Oh, you
Ian,
said
not
what?
Ian.
Oh,
It's
I'm sorry.
Ian.
I'm sorry. I
Ian.
apologize.
It's so
Oh, he
funny.
does. He said, "Yep." He said
Really?
Civil War 1863, but I don't know whether he was just agreeing to what the violin was from or does he play?
Yeah, I was looking it up right now, actually.
Hmm.
It says the Wabash Minstrels.
Wow.
Yeah, the band aboard the USS Wabash. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, there's actually like a picture of them too.
Oh, cool.
I wonder if there's like
Oh,
the violin
he
is
did.
here.
He did say. He says I still play it, and I put roses in the case as the owner. What is that? It looks like ASS though.
It
Oh,
says
that must be a mistake. He put roses with the violin, I guess as homage,
what
but
for a
he still
tattoo?
plays. No, for the violin. He keeps it in a case and he puts roses with it.
Oh, that's
For
nice.
the original owner, he's paying homage to the original owner with roses. I
That's
get it.
funny.
Yeah, he had a little spell thing, which I always do with my post anyway. Yeah, that is very, very nice.
Let's see.
My mother-in-law, Peggy, was in a traveling band across um, Ireland. And then my father-in-law actually did those cross-country races on motorcycles. So
Mm-hmm.
he was like this cool dude, the cool, dude in the leather jacket on a motorcycle doing the cross-country races. And then when they met, she was in a traveling band across Ireland. I
Your
still
mother
have
was?
that. My Jerry's mom. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Hmm. This one
And
says, on the back of this violin, there's like names written on the back.
oh,
Yeah, it says this particular violin that I'm looking at. It's like in a museum, the National Museum of American History,
yeah.
and it says, at 24 years old, Solomon Kahn, a son of a hotel keeper in Minneapolis, Indiana, enlisted as a private in Company B of the 87th Indiana Infantry on July 26, 1862. He purchased this violin in Nashville, Tennessee on May 1st, 1863. He carried the violin while serving, although his family admitted that he never learned to play.
Oh, hmm.
That's strange, right?
So yeah, was
Um,
it a talisman then? He just wanted the violin?
um, it
I
says
don't
written
know.
on the back of the instrument are the names of places where the soldiers of the 87th were either on duty or engaging the enemy. More place names are written along the left and the right edges of the sides. Among the
Oh,
more well-known battles the 87th took part in were the Battle of Chickamauga, September 1863,
wow.
and the Kennesaw Mountain in June 1864.
Hey,
By the end of
yes,
the war, huh?
that's the connection to me, Kennesaw Mountain. I
Oh,
hike
really?
there. Yeah, I hike there all the time.
Really?
Yeah.
By the end of the war, the 87th Volunteers had lost 283 men, most of them to disease. The
Wow.
object stands as a unique memento of the common soldier during the Civil War. Yeah, you could
Mhm.
put that in a museum.
Mhm. Yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
actually have mounds on the mountain and historic plaques and stuff describing that. Yeah, this was dug out for when the opposition troops come through. That they were dug in place so they were more protected. And there's cannons all throughout the mountain, and it's a very nice mountain.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. I go there all the time. It's like 13 stories tall to climb it. It's not for lighthearted. And I used to do that. Well, before CVID, I was hiking like anywhere between 4 and 5 times a week. And that was my preferred place because it was very close to my house. And they have different trails that are like flatter and a road goes through it and it's very shaded. Or you can hike up the mountain And I always brought a walking stick because I didn't want to slip and break anything or twist an ankle because there's
Mm-hmm.
loose stones. But yeah, when I got back into hiking that mountain, I would sit on a boulder and these two, it was so cute, these two young, they looked like they were 27, maybe 20-year-olds, and they stopped and they said, oh, because I was breathing heavy, and I was sweating and I was red in the face. I looked gorgeous. And they stopped and they said, are you okay? Do you need a bottle of water, ma'am? And I was thinking, oh my God, I'm a ma'am,
Oh,
and I
no.
said, yes.
Mm,
And I said yes to both of them. And I thanked them for being very sweet and checking on me and making sure I had water. If I needed help going back down the trail, they were going to assist me. But such nice young girls that were raised right. And I just sat on the boulder. I was like not even halfway up thinking, am I going to go all the way up? When I
mm.
first started hiking it again, it's not for the lighthearted. But
Right.
since that point, I got used to it, and that's been, like I said, I do it 5 times or I used to 5 times a week.
Mm. No, you don't anymore, though.
Well, since CVIT, they closed it. They closed all the parks. Even when you sneak in the park, the police
Mm.
officer comes and tells you you have to leave, and he can write you a fine or put you in front of the judge. Like he can arrest you. Those parks were closed.
Oh, because of COVID, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I went from exercising all the time to COVID, and they wanted you to stay home. So yeah, I'm going to have to slowly build back up into my exercise, routine. I'm not. I would die if I did that hike up to
Especially if we go
Kennesaw.
camping.
Hmm?
I said, especially if we go camping.
Yeah. When I move, I'm hitting the gym. Yeah.
Oh, they have one there where you're moving to?
Hopefully they are, or else I'm just going to get a membership.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I
My
have to
son
go
wants to.
out, come back in,
Oh,
and we're
sure,
fine.
sure. My son wants to move into a place that has a pool, a clubhouse, a walking trail for me, so I can just head out my door and go on the walking trail. And then, of course, the one he was looking at had a yoga room, a workout room, for the whole complex. They had a dog park, a playground for kids, but I don't have either one of those. But I was thinking, we're moving during the winter time. We're not really going to use the pool, so I don't know if I want
Yeah,
to,
like, hot
it's all these big decisions.
square
Hmm?
dance. Do you square dance?
I used to go to Cowboys on 41, and they would do all kinds of line dances and square dances, but I haven't done that. Everything is like before CVID, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's going to
Mm.
be our history. What did you do
Mm-hmm.
before CVID?
Had
I
had
had
a
a
life.
life.
Yeah, we both said at the same time. Exactly. Had a life.
Exactly.
Yeah. What is
Yeah.
it? Ian Watts, right? Ian Watts,
Mhm.
official. He says official. I'm looking for
Yeah,
his
but
channel.
at the top of Kennesaw Mountain, and that's in Kennesaw, Georgia, there's actually an overlook, and you can see all the way to Stone Mountain. Like it's crazy pretty, and if you got a nice scope or a nice, lens on your camera, like you can see the boulders for Kennesaw or for Stone Mountain easily. Like they're that elevated, those two mountaintops are that elevated that they can see each other. And it's so funny because you'll be driving through the area, and actually the clouds will come in and cut. It's not really clouds from the upper atmosphere and stuff like that, but it's just moisture clouds would come in and cut the mountain in half. So on really humid days and stuff like that, you see the peak of the mountain, but you don't see like the center of the mountain, and then you see the trees. It's so beautiful, like
Getting
so pitch.
summertime where Ian is now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's Ian's channel, by the way. That link I just dropped is Ian's
Oh, okay,
channel.
good. I'll check it out
Like,
later. Yeah,
you
thank
know who we
you.
don't see anymore either is Tommy Highway.
Oh, Oh, yeah, I went to his channel a couple times to, support him, and he's on a different day. Oh, I don't know whether you want me to talk about this. I guess we're
Yeah,
friends,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, he's on a different day. He was on Wednesday and I think a Thursday, and then he's still having, certain guests. One of the guests was actually a Wicca witch, and
Oh,
then on the same night they had oh my goodness, what was she? It just popped. I hate that. When it's on the tip of your tongue and you don't say it fast enough, it's like a bubble
mhm.
and it pops.
Nope.
Okay, one was a Wicca witch and a tarot card reader.
Oh, really? And
And
it's
yeah,
a
and it was
bummer.
interesting. I
Mm.
finally found, I don't know if you're into that, but I finally
Yeah.
found two channels on YouTube that are dead spot on accurate. These ladies are the real thing. And I'll share that with you, later on or on a phone call. But if you like coffee grounds read, if you want your tarot read daily, if you want pick a card, or if you want stones read, like crystals read daily for you, I have the two ladies that will just, they're spot on. They're the
Yeah,
real
but you gotta
deal.
pay for it.
No, they're free. They're on YouTube.
Really?
If you like to contribute to their channel, of course, they have their cash apps, but they're free. I watch them both daily. They are spot on, real deal, masters
Mm,
of their artistry.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, because there's a lots of one that will, shuffle the deck with tarot cards, and then you're
mm.
looking and you're listening to what they're saying. They're reading out of the book. They don't know Jack. They're reading out of the book that came with the deck. They don't know Jack. I can do a reading with a normal deck of cards.
RESPCT. Find out what it means to
Means
me.
to me.
RESPCT.
R-E-S-P-C-T.
Talk it to me, talk it to me, talk it to me. You ever remember that on fucking Buzz on Buddies? And they were like singing in the background. Talk it to me, talk it to me. I don't know, it's funny.
Blossom Bud what?
No, Buzz on Buddies.
Bosom buddies. What's
Yeah,
that?
with fucking what do you call it?
I don't
Tom
know.
Hanks.
Oh,
Tom
Blossom.
Hanks.
Oh, what was that?
Buzz on Buddies. Peter
Oh,
Scolari.
oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
the lady who was the wasn't the lady who was the mother
Oh my God, the things you remember are just
from Two
amazing.
and a Half Men. Yeah, Two and a Half Men.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
I like Buzzing, but yeah, but
um,
there's Tom Hanks. I mean,
I used to joke with my mom because she was the same way, and she would bring out like TV shows or movies, and I was like, "Mom, that was a long time ago."
go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. Ian still hasn't told us why it's black Vegemite.
Oh, the Vegemite, right?
Why is it
Yeah.
black? I want to know.
It's so horrible that when you're trying to eat well and you're trying to have the a correct amount of fruits and vegetables, and then you start working and getting busy. Like I had to work on. I own two homes outright, 100%. I had to work on my second home first, and then the house I live in second, and then diet, exercise, and eating right out the window. You're like, you don't feel like cooking. You ask your son Chick-fil-A, and he's like, yeah, he gives you the thumbs up, and you run out and get Chick-fil-A, and then, and I was doing so well. Remember, I was telling you I'm eating a Kardashian salad, and you're like, what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was eating so good. And then, life just gets in the way, and you just got to giggle and laugh and say, okay, it's just a minor setback. I'll get back on my path. I'll start eating, exercising. Thank God I didn't go into depression or get hurt too bad when I was working on the house. Thank the Lord. And, it just life gets in the way, doesn't it? SG? Yes, life gets in the way sometimes, and you just gotta go with the flow.
What makes your booty big?
What?
What makes your booty big? He says it makes your booty big.
What did I tell you a couple of weeks ago?
It's
Oh my God.
from the yeast. It says, why is Vegemite black? Vegemite is one of the several yeast extract spreads sold in
Yeesh.
Australia. It's made from leftover brewer's yeast extract, a byproduct
Oh.
of beer manufacture, and various vegetables and spice additives. It is very dark reddish brown, almost black in color, and one of the richest sources known of vitamin B.
Oh.
I'm not kind
Well,
of
I
Vegemite.
beg to differ with that because
What
the sun is.
is what?
The sun is the biggest source of vitamin D.
Not D, B.
Oh, okay. I thought you said D. Yeah.
C.
Day Day, it's not Kardashian diet. It was a Kardashian sized salad.
Kardashian diet makes your booty big.
Remember, SG? Remember, I said a couple weeks ago. You're still laughing. Remember a couple weeks ago, I said that I was working every day, like for hours and hours, days upon days. I wouldn't even take like the weekend off. And I said I turned around after I got out of the shower, and I turned around and looked at my butt and said, "Where'd my butt go? I worked it off." Remember that? We were cracking up laughing.
Yeah.
And then I
You're gonna have to
remember,
do the Kardashian diet.
yeah, really gain weight with that big butt. But I remember even my boyfriends would say they would take their one hand and grab, you know how guys grab your ass.
Yeah, it's like a handful.
Yeah, and they were like, "Your ass fits in my hand."
Yep. I know.
Yeah.
Sometimes people like that.
Mhm.
That's how mine is.
Yeah,
I'm a little
mine's
butt girl.
small. Oh,
What's
it
little
used
butt?
to be.
Oh,
We used to be in style, though. I mean, we used to be in
we
the
are.
small. Yeah.
Don't worry about
High.
it. We're
They
good.
used to. They used to call us high and tight. We had nice
We
firm
are
butts.
good. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't.
Don't worry.
No, I don't. I love doing
I try to
squats
feel like
and.
some Vegemite right now.
I don't. I
had
had
some.
enough to eat. Oh, Day Day
I
was
ate it.
so fun.
Toast.
Did you see what Day Day did in the chat? And I was like, trying to swap some York peppermint patties and some Reese's for his praline cream wafers. But he said you're not going to eat just three because I told him, I eat like 3 Yorks and I'm done. It's just too sweet for me. And he says, "Oh no, you're not going to eat just 3." And I said, "Yes, I am. It's already put away in the closet."
I would eat them. I'm
But
eating
you
them
would.
right now. Have you ever
Oh
frozen any? Try freezing them. See how they
no.
taste. Let us know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard of like Snicker bars being frozen
Yeah,
and
try it for.
and
Oh, I
um
bet it will be like standing on the top of a cool mountain with a cool breeze
and
blowing
oh
through your
yeah, that was the
hair.
commercial. And
Yeah,
I've
with the rich
had
taste of a peppermint patty.
yeah, I love them since a kid. You know what else I like? But first let me say the Milky Ways, I've had those
I
frozen.
don't like them.
Oh. So you like the Snicker bars with
The nut
the nuts and the caramel, right?
has
The
to have
layer.
it.
Yeah, but it's
Doesn't
basically the
Milky
same
Way
thing.
have caramel? Three Musketeers doesn't have caramel. It just has that whipped stuff in it.
Yeah, I think
The
that's what I meant
nougat.
with
The
yeah, the
nougat.
nougat. That's what I've had frozen. That was
And
good. My kids turned me
frozen,
on
maybe
to
I would like it frozen. Maybe I would like it frozen.
yeah, my kids turned me on to that. And
I
also
like
blueberries, if you buy good blueberries, put them in the freezer and you'll eat them like candy. They don't have that weird like sandy consistency then.
I've never had a deep fried Twinkie.
Oh no, I
I
abstain
like
from
a
having deep.
crocodile though.
Yeah,
Funny bones.
yeah.
Oh my god, with peanut butter in them. Why am I even talking about them? I love them.
Oh yeah.
Well, I have never had lamingtons. What are those? Is it lamb? I'm sorry.
When
A
I went
cross
to
between a lamb and a Paddington.
when I went to Canada, when I went to Niagara Falls, they had so many, Canadian candies that I was like a kid in a candy store, literally, figuratively, and anywhere I went and they had candies, I would always look and try something new, pick out something new. I was
Sounds
just
like they had like
surprised.
English candies though. Have you had that
Yes, they
Arrow bar?
did. Yes, they did. Yes.
Good stuff. A blue ribbon.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Oh,
blue
yes.
ribbon too.
Yeah, Blue Ribbon. And what was that real long one that they said was from London?
Oh,
Um,
Toblerone.
oh, I think that's what
Toblerone.
yeah.
Toblerone. Yeah, that's a good one
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. I had to split that. That was too big.
I'll eat them. I'll eat them. Listen to me. I just
Yeah.
keep saying I'll eat them. I'll eat
I'll
them.
give it to you.
I would
Yeah.
eat all of it right now. You
My
have it. I would eat it.
Jerry's uncle,
I'd even eat
uh,
Vegemite right now.
yeah, Uncle Pete used to have the concession for Shannon Airport in Ireland. And I don't know whether I'm doxing myself now. I hope not. And he did the food for the airplanes. And well, this is back in the day, not now. So I don't think I'm doxing myself. But
No.
Jerry can remember as a child having big sacks, big burlap sacks of money that Uncle Pete would give him and say, hey, go on your bike and run this home, because he was a butcher and he provided the meat for the Shannon Airport, all the airplanes. He had
Yeah, like
that.
concessions. Mm.
Yeah, and he
Where the
provided
money
all the
is.
food. Yeah, and big stacks. Jerry said that
Concessions.
the bags were heavy, and he was doing this multiple times a day. He had multiple butcher shops in Ireland, and plus he had the concession for the airplanes for Shannon Airport. And Jerry would go back and forth with like those cloth sacks, those
Mm-hmm.
Durlap sack
Mm.
bags full of money.
Yep, I know.
Yeah. Can you
Exactly how
imagine?
it
Sounds like the
was.
mafia.
Fucking,
Sounds
even,
like the
for
mafia.
someone like me, like if I was like bartending at the fair, even though I'm not the owner of the stand who's walking out with big bags like that
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
getting like, escorted out
Mhm.
because that's how much money they're taking out of there.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
for myself, even, I was fucking walking out of there with $500 a night in tips and
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
$12 an hour pay.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
mean, I loved it. That's the
Oh.
money. And before COVID, but when COVID hit, that struck the biggie pretty hard, I think. I don't think the
Yeah.
biggie did like it did this year, you
Yeah.
know?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I
I still love
love,
it
like,
though.
when I was up north, when I took that big travel, and we went up north, and I think I told you this. I worked at the carnival, and I think it was the Rhode Island Carnival, if I want to say, or the Massachusetts Carnival. And guess what I was? I was a crystal ball reader.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
They used to
I
have
was,
those, at the Big
yeah,
E. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Years ago.
And I
They
can't
were.
remember I think I worked, right now my mind is swimming in oil, and I can't remember whether I was a carney at the permanent Rhode Island carnival, or in Massachusetts, a carnival there. I don't know why I can't remember right
It
now.
might have been like, what do you mean permanent? Like for the while it was there, though.
No, they had one permanent in if I'm remembering correctly, it was either Rhode Island or Vermont. I don't know. My mind is swimming in oil. My goodness.
Mm, okay.
And that was when I was, a teenager, so that was many moons ago. But yeah,
Okay.
they stuck me in, and I was like, really? You're gonna stick me in the crystal ball reader, and that's who I'm gonna be, so I had the costume,
Yeah,
the
these
little babushka on my
businesses closed
head.
down.
Yeah.
Fucking
Hmm?
terrible. It's just saying, same here. A lot of businesses have closed down because of the COVID.
Yeah.
This year, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even walk down as far to see if the Bears were there. I guess I didn't even want my heart to be broken if they weren't and their rig wasn't there and there was something else in its place. Because I think that's one of the most devastating things that I know of COVID is that they had to sell their rig and at the Orphan Wildlife Center. And
Oh.
yeah, because they're feeding these bears and they're not
Oh.
trapped. They don't want to leave. They're not trapped. They just don't want to leave. Neither do any of the other animals. And these people, you could tell, like, there's got to be some sense of the fact that their land is probably their money, but everything else goes to these animals. And even if it's like a injured squirrel, they'll help it, you
Right.
know? or
Mhm.
a possum. Like they had this possum that had gotten hit by a car, and even though it was still alive, um, it was like on the verge of death. But they removed the babies that were in the pouch, and which people don't
Oh,
think
true.
about when
Mhm.
they hit like a possum that's in the road or
Yeah.
something, you know, they
Mhm.
don't think that there's babies in that pouch. And
They're marsupial, so they carry their
yeah,
babies in their pouch. Yeah, like a
yeah,
kangaroo. Yeah,
yeah.
same.
And so somebody
Yeah.
had brought in a possum that had been hit by a car that was just hanging on, and they did, they removed the babies, and then they were like, "Okay, mommy, you could go now. We have your babies.
Oh.
We can take care of them," and she did die. But
Mhm.
they raised these, little babies. They were really cute. There was a bunch of them, and then they
Mhm.
said, "Okay, now." They had like this, like a little doghouse shed thing for them with, nice blankets in it and everything.
Oh.
And so they said, "Okay, now you go," and they
Mhm.
like released them into the wild. Not too far, probably, because in the morning when they looked, they were all back in the dog. All
Mhm.
the possums had returned. Yeah, they all came back. In the morning, they looked, they were all asleep in the blanket.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
their
even though they let him
home.
go. Yeah, and this
Yeah.
other bear, like, they gave him physical therapy and everything. I mean, he was paralyzed. All he could do was move his eyes and his mouth, barely, though.
Oh
Yeah, and
no.
Frank, that was his name. And they, you know, he's still alive. I mean, they said they were like, okay, now you're nursed back to health and everything. Okay, go.
Mhm.
And he was like, mm-mm. And they
Mhm.
had 8 other female bears. So they actually, good night, Day Day.
Good night, Day Day.
So
Thank
they
you for
actually
hanging
had
in
to
there
like
with us.
introduce, the male little bear.
Mhm.
He wasn't little, but he was juvenile, where they were
Yes.
older ones, older
Mhm.
females that were set in their ways. And they had to introduce the bear to the leader of the females, kind of, the head
Oh yeah.
girl.
There's
And
a
then,
pecking order.
yeah, and one by one have it so where at night when he was sleeping, they didn't kick him out. Like he
Yes.
wanted to sleep amongst them, where it became, once they saw the leader one, like kind of taking him in. And then the
Mhm.
other ones just treated him like he was just their little boy, kind of.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
stayed. He stayed. They all, man. This guy, these these bears, man. It's a one like this Kodiak bear, Jimbo. It's dead now,
Oh.
but if he talks about it, the guy's name is Jim. And if he
Mhm.
talks about Jimbo, they're in New York, upstate New York. And
Oh,
for
okay.
years, man, for 30 years, I've been watching this guy with the bears. Not watching, like seeing him, like knowing him,
Yeah, you
talking to
enjoy
him.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the cheapest thing at the Big E too. And you
Mhm.
can watch them for as long as you like. They don't kick you out. You pay $1 and you can watch them. And I like to go when
Oh.
it's feeding time and he goes inside, him and his wife. 'Cause
Mhm.
they spoon him and shit. And this
Oh
Kodiak
wow.
bear was huge, and you know, yeah, they'll sit there
Wow.
and wait till he hands them the food. They're not like jumping on him or anything. They love
Yeah.
pieces. And when they
Mhm.
had to sell their rigs to feed people, so I'm gonna actually I know there's only 4 here, but if anybody rewatches, I'm gonna share the Orphan Wildlife Center, and
Oh
you will
yeah,
see
that's
that they do
amazing.
have like lists of what they kind of need for feed and everything,
Mhm.
and you'll see that
I
there a lot of them are
remember
not.
you've
Yeah,
you've talked about this a couple times. So yeah, please share the link, definitely. So
yeah, they
yeah.
could use the help. Man, they are something else. Look at this. These three desperately fought to, did they live or die? What do they say? Fought to live. Read description. Wonderful survival. So sad about the mommy squirrel. See, that's how they are. These
Mhm.
baby squirrels. They frickin' saved,
Mhm.
what's see. Wonderful survival story. These three arrived about a week ago. Their eyes just opened. Their mother was found dead on Monday. Wednesday, the three red squirrels.
Oh, you just cut out, SG. You just cut out. You just cut out. Can you hear me? SG?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. All right. So it says these three did they live? Looking for help, and they did not hesitate and immediately accepted their new reality. They are now determined to survive. Please consider a donation. And they never, ever, ever had to ever ask for this stuff, but because of COVID,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's really, and these three little squirrels, I mean, it's just to me, the fact that even squirrels they care about is where I love squirrels, you know,
Mhm. Yeah.
but you don't see a lot of places like going broke to save squirrels. And you
Yeah.
know that these people, there's only three people employed there. It's just him, his wife, and I think this volunteer person who might deal with their YouTube. Who knows? It's just
Mhm.
them.
Yeah. No,
And
that's nice. That's a nice story.
yeah, so if anybody um, feels it within their heart to, if you donate and lately you've been disappointed in the people you've been donating in and you have $1,000 to give, then please give it to the Orphan Wildlife Center because
Or
you won't
even
be disappointed.
anything. Any
Anything, yeah.
donation. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I just was referring to a recent circumstance that happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. True. True.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. If you've got that much to give, that's a lot to give to be disappointed. And
Mhm.
I can guarantee you, you will know that you've done a great deed by,
Yes.
and take it from me. I mean, I've spoken with these people for
Mhm.
30 years. They've, you know, been a physical presence in my life, and what they do is
Mhm.
amazing, even
Yeah.
up to baby squirrels. So
Yeah.
if you
Definitely.
love animals, and I don't think animals ever disappoint us.
No,
So
never. Never.
yeah,
There,
they're never running a hustle,
yeah.
you know.
Well, there's
Yeah,
a animal rescue in South Florida that I used to like. A couple of my girlfriends work there, and a couple of guy friends work there. And you don't realize what it takes to actually run it, how much money, how you have to take care of
yeah,
the animals, clean the animals, feed the animals, a proper diet. And when my friends were working there, I'd roll up in my car and I would get out and go clean cages with them. And the funny circle to the story is when I was at Residence Inn just recently because I had a house claim on a flood and I was staying at the Residence Inn. I met this girl, Edie, and me and her bonded like the first day that me and her met. And her friend was named Mouse. Mouse's mom owned the wild sanctuary that I cleaned cages at for no pay. What a
really.
small world. What a
It is a
small
small world.
world.
It is. It is a
Yeah.
small
And it's
world.
like a circle, that I was there with my friends, just helping my friends so they could leave earlier. Plus, I love the animals. Like one of my girlfriends, I would go in the owl cage and go right up to the owl and put my shoulder out, and the owl would step on my shoulder. And my girlfriend looked at me and she says, "That owl doesn't do that with nobody else." And I was like, I love animals. They know I love them,
Right.
and they had this pelican. Oh my God, the thing used to follow me around like a puppy dog. And just something told me there was a hook in its throat. And I know they try to take care of the animal as best they can, but they were
Hmm.
not going to do an x-ray because x-rays cost money. They were just
Right.
feeding it and it was trying to eat, but it was having a hard time, swallowing the cut up fish. And I just
Hmm.
felt like there was a big hook in its throat. And I went, and I went to the manager and I said, "Look, how much is it to do an x-ray on the pelican?" And she told me, and I paid it right then and there. And they did the x-ray and there was a hook in the damn pelican's throat and
Really.
they removed it.
And how is he now?
Oh, it flew away. I was there on release day, but it followed me around like a puppy dog. It was weird. I had such a great connection with the animals, and I just
I
knew
watch
that.
like animal psychics and stuff that do
Mhm.
that, and the same thing. Like one was a horse that had a infection in a tooth that had been broken in the back or something,
Mhm.
and they weren't figuring out why the horse was like not eating and
Oh,
yeah, and favoring, like it was. But the thing was it could have died because the infection with the broken tooth could have gone to its
sure.
brain. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
It
this,
goes in your bloodstream. Yeah.
yeah, whatever it was, yeah, it could have gotten a
Mhm.
lot more serious. And this guy, he figured it out. And then this other lady, I mean, she was amazing. And I'm telling you, I believe this. I really believe it. It was this lady in Florida, and the guy would go down and he would talk to this alligator that would
Hmm.
come up on his dock all the time. And he would feed it. And then recently he thought, oh, I'm going to try feeding it chicken because it might be more healthier for it. And
Right.
so the alligator had kind of stopped eating. And so, I mean, I guess it's kind of like easy to figure out, well, if you just recently stopped this diet. But the funny thing was she said, not funny, like, haha,
Mhm.
but she said also the alligator seemed very sad and listless and depressed and everything. So this
Oh.
lady came and she spent some time down there with the alligator, and she said, "Are you going through a divorce?" And he said,
Oh.
"Yeah, I am." And she said,
Huh.
"Do you talk to the alligator and tell the alligator about how you feel and that you're sad about it?"
Wow.
And he said, "Yeah, I do a lot." And she said, "He's so sad for you and
Oh
depressed and
no.
sad. Maybe you should stop
Wow.
telling him so much." And then she said, "And also recently, have you changed his diet to white meat?"
Ooh.
And he said, "Yes, I did." And she said, "He doesn't like it. Go back to the other stuff." Yeah, it
That's
was pretty
funny.
good. Like he didn't say
Oh
any of that
wow.
stuff before,
Yeah.
and when she came up, it was like all like cold, cold
Mhm.
meaning he said nothing.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, she said
actually
everything.
illegal to feed alligators in South Florida because then that then makes them not afraid of humans, and
I don't
they'll
know. It was a long time
more,
ago.
yeah, more likely to attack, like, pets and humans.
I don't know. Whatever,
Mhm.
Rachel. You'd be the
Well.
one to get his fucking alligator taken away. And it wasn't his own alligator. It would come up to him on purpose. And here's the thing.
Mhm.
Uh, you know what? In my town, well, close to me, there was a
Mhm.
guy named Joe, and he used to have this alligator. And when he took it from somebody, they were gonna like just flush it down the toilet kind of thing because they didn't want it anymore.
Mhm.
So he said, "All right, I'll take it." And he didn't really want it, but he took it,
Mhm.
and he didn't expect it to grow as long as it did. This thing got like 6, 7 feet. I mean, it
Yes.
was a big one.
Mhm.
And so he had it for 20 years, and it had its own room where it had a little pool. I
Mhm.
mean, he said it had never attacked him. One time it bit him, but not on purpose. It was under his bed. He didn't know how
Mhm.
it got, but it was under his bed and kind of nipped him. But I think actually the guy was going around too much, maybe telling people about having it, and
Oh,
or maybe somebody saw it. He took it outside one day. I think he felt bad because it never got to see the outside.
right.
But as soon as somebody saw it, they called and
Oh,
they came and took it away from him. That
wow.
poor alligator was dead in a month.
Oh
Yeah, it died
no.
of a broken
That
heart.
Yeah, that happens to like dogs that are together, you get two
Hmm.
dogs and then, one of them gets elderly or something happens and it dies.
Even
And
people.
yeah, and then the second dog will follow soon after. And, yeah, people too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
even
don't
actually, they weren't mine because they never seemed to like take to me. They took more to my daughter's father. But our cat and
even.
dog, Buddy and Izzy,
Oh.
um, not like they were really like real great friends. I mean, Buddy was, you know, nice and stuff, but Izzy, I don't know, whatever. She was like a 40 point Himalayan.
Oh.
She was cute and she was a kid. She was whatever. We never like really got along, but
Mm.
she was actually like a gift to me, but she liked him better. So
Mm-hmm.
like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
So so right after Buddy died, it seemed like within months, Izzy just died all of a
Wow.
sudden. And
Wow.
usually cats will last longer than that, you know. I think she was only like 14 years old or something. But
Yeah.
yeah, well, my
Oh,
cat Zoe, she
exactly.
was 18
Mm-hmm.
when I had to put her down. She was still full of piss and vinegar.
I love
I'm
that
telling
thing.
you, but she fucking had that cancer on her face.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
eating away, eating away,
Yeah.
eating away. I couldn't take it. It was
Mm-hmm.
so sad. And I think that last day she kind of knew
Oh, they
because I was
do.
like, I gotta do
Yeah.
this. And Zoe,
Mm-hmm.
because I know, like, you know how like scabs are itchy, so her face would
Yes.
be itchy, but so she
Mm-hmm.
would be pulling her face apart.
Oh, goodness.
And
Wow.
one half was normal
Yeah.
and one half wasn't. And
Mm-hmm.
of course, she didn't look in a mirror. She didn't know. But
Mm-hmm.
I'd come home and there'd be chunks of her face
Oh,
everywhere.
wow, 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 wow. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
that
that's rough.
little fucking
Yeah.
and I thought I was doing the right
Mm-hmm.
thing by getting this
Mm-hmm.
thing removed. It was on her
Mm-hmm.
head growing. It looked like a bubble gum,
Mm-hmm.
like a
Mm-hmm.
bubble, like
You talked
pink.
about this the other night a little bit. Yeah.
Ah, and it slid down into her nose and it grew
Ooh,
within a
ooh, ooh,
month.
ooh, ooh.
And I
Yeah.
was like, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah, they're
then,
the fastest growing cells. Like, yeah.
then fucking
Yeah.
Tucker
Mm.
acts like a fucking girl. Meow meow, I'm so cute. Meow meow, don't you want to take me home? And
Yeah.
then he was all, I'm not a girl. Yeah,
Fooled you.
yeah, I'm in the
Yeah.
house. Bye bye. All right, we're gonna count down.
Okay. All
All
right.
right, here we go.
Thank
Ian,
you.
thank you
Who's
for hanging out. Day
Ian?
Day, thank
Yes.
you for hanging out. Anybody who's here, thank you for being here.
I think Day Day left a little while ago. It seems
Just
like.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, the latest.
Yeah. Oh,
Thank
okay. Yeah. In
you.
case he watches it. Yeah. Good night, Day
Mm-hmm.
Day. Good night, Ian.
Good night,
Thank you for
everyone.
hanging out
Love
with
you,
us.
Rachel,
It
for
was
hanging
fun.
out with me.
Oh, of course, of course. Have a good night's sleep, sweet dreams. So we're gonna do the countdown.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, let's 1, 2, 3, go. 5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3, 2, 1.
1. Peace,
Peace,
love, and
love, and
tacos.
tacos. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.